what that entails. It could be the Nikki said that there could be like monetary benefit. So when you're all in the dough, we will know. It was cool.
I'm gonna need some of that money, you know, now that you've told us. Otherwise, I'm telling everybody your secret, and yeah, you're gonna get exploited like super hardcore. So if you want to keep us a little hush hush about it, you're gonna need to pay us off. Just saying. Also, good morning. I wake.
Money, man.
Spoilers. Not spoilers, scorpions.
I went to your computer and like hatched one batch of like in all of them, and then I refilled it, and then I picked up the eggs once or twice and put them in the chest.
Oh, thank you. If I had the money to share, I'd rather share it than hoard it for myself. Well, that's nice.
Want to become a dragon? Oh my god. Oh no, the tinnitus. I just hit
Okay, E. What is it?
I hit.
Oh my god, someone is still playing next. Jesus fucking Christ. I haven't even looked in the chest. I'm just taking what's on the floor.
I did have my egg team when I picked them up, so some of them are duplicated and some of them are going to be altered.
That's okay, they're all gonna be trash.
Perfect. Also, I got you something that's going to be really cool, which I'm currently trying to make it, but
Yeah.
we'll let you know when it's complete.
I wonder if I've got more, if my pals trust me more. You guys trust me? You guys trust me? You guys took a nap in my pocket. Well, I took a nap.
Napception. I need to get
Did not get any more. Did I get any more, like, of my team? They not had any cake the whole time?
Has all the cake been getting put in the...
Why is there so much fucking cake in this thing?
All the cake might have been put there. It was less like of like deals, more like he had a shop full of items with its own curses and bots that I can buy, so I picked everything myself and wasn't really enticed to it. Oh, what's that show? I'm trying to remember a show where like Dayton literally has a shop full of cursed items that he sells to people.
Sounds like Nocturne Alley or like wait, not Flourishing Blots. No. What's the Nocturne Alley version? It's that shitty shop. What's it called?
Diagon Alley.
No, not. No. And then I was also thinking about Rumpelstiltskin from Once Upon a Time.
Oh.
But in the real world, his name was Mr. Gold, I think.
Once Upon a Time. That was an interesting French show. I loved it.
Great.
I didn't finish it, but I did. I really enjoyed it.
I think I did. I think I went back and watched all of it. My least favorite little section was the Frozen section because I happened to have like Frozen came out. I was like, This is weird. And also her dress looks like super cute.
Really?
Hmm?
Yeah.
Dress.
Oh. Like One Piece.
Yeah. Kinda. It looked less cheap than One Piece. But it did look really cheap.
Genuinely not hard.
I know.
It looks like the One Piece live action looks like
Like,
in some of the
literally, it looks like...
AliEx.
It looks like... Okay. I don't know how to describe it. There's some kind of fabric that it looks like it's made from. Like, the One Piece fabric. I think it's like... It's meant to be kind of like foam, but fabric, and it's meant to be kind of more stiff so that it maintains this like cartoony appearance. It
Mhm.
looks bad.
Yeah, it does. It is like a foamy looking material. Right. So I had some interesting things from some chats I was getting while you were asleep. I had a couple of legendary treasure maps,
Ooh, nice.
and I went and looted them, and
I was here earlier talking about how awesome it was that I got my first epic treasure map. Yet. Oh, I just got a couple legendary treasure maps. Yeah, whatever.
I got both of them back to back from the Moonflower.
Those camps suck. That's why I haven't been in them. They are hard.
They are so hard. All I can say is big AoE attack and stay outside.
Right?
Kill them all before you even enter the building. It's my recommended.
That's why whenever I went to go get the kimchi peach out of one of them, I sent my duelist in the bottom and I just climbed up to the roof. You deserve the legendary treasure maps for that. They suck.
A cool thing I also got was a Yakumo statue schematic. I think you already have the red wooden lantern schematic. I think you already have like the red wooden lantern schematic.
I don't think so. I know I want that.
Well, you can have both of them.
Really?
Yeah, of course.
That's fucking awesome.
You said you already had the paper lantern. Do you care about a wire fence schematic? Okay. I'll have a few bits for you.
One curse I wouldn't for the cursed ruined boots I got would be my work boots. Get worn out faster, but in exchange, I'm less likely to slip or get hurt. While wearing them, I still have no idea what the curse really was. Huh?
You're less likely to slip or get hurt while you're wearing them. The curse is you constantly trip over.
The curse is they look like clown shoes. You gotta wear them in public.
Honestly oversized.
Do you think clowns wear socks in their shoes? Or do you think they wear like normal shoes in their shoes? Or do you think that it's like mostly foam and then there's actually just enough room for their foot in their shoe? Or
These are some good questions.
Or do you think that they just go barefoot in the big shoes?
These are some really good questions. I'm genuinely not sure.
That they'd be a terrible curse from Atlanta where constantly had places to be tripping would not be the best. Well, no, I'm not saying. It would be a terrible curse because you'd never trip. Remember, they just look weird. They just look
Yeah,
like brown shoes.
that's the curse I can say. Since it's a kid.
You'd be constantly high up in places with clown shoes, but you'd be safe. I feel like they would rather have normal shoes and clown shoes or the film. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Yep. Wait, very fast. The fuck was that?
Hmm?
What was that? Did you just come here?
No? Did you hear something? I'm at my base currently hatching eggs.
Oh. Shit. I still have your...
Get the stream up.
Yes.
Oh, I put Neptiliuses in my
All I heard was...
yeah, it was the Neptiliuses getting ready to fuck.
That's what it sounded like. Jesus Christ. That's what I sound like when I'm getting ready to fuck. Jesus Christ. That scared the shit out of me.
That's the car driving by. I would love the idea that they were just barefoot.
Okay.
You feel like you got enough sleep, man?
Oh, okay. Right.
Oh, I'm so glad.
What are the inside of clown shoes like? Are they? Look, I'd really see what the inside of clown shoes like. Honestly, probably a lot less weird than you'd think. Traditional clown shoes are usually one of three things. Oversized real shoes. A normal shoe is attached inside a giant outer shell. The clown's foot sits in the regular shoe, and the huge toe area in front is mostly empty space. Foam or padded covers. See, look, I think both. Foam or padded covers. Some clown shoes are more like giant slippers. Your foot goes inside a soft interior, and the exercise comes from foam padding around it. Modified boots. Professional clown circus clowns sometimes use specially made boots with a wide, elongated toe box. The inside is shaped more normally than the outside looks. Here's the funny thing, the clown's foot is usually nowhere near the end of the shoe. Well, obviously.
Or else all the clowns that do, the trick where they drop something on their shoe would be in a lot of pain.
Yeah, exactly. Let's see. Here's the funny part. Let's see. If a clown shoe looks 18 inches long, the extra foot might only occupy the back 10 to 11 inches. Not mine. Mine only occupies like the back 6 inches. Anyways, the rest is just air, foam, or structure. That's what I was curious about. Is it air or is it foam? Apparently, yeah, it doesn't matter either one. Walking in them is apparently a bit like wearing flippers. Your brain quickly learns that there's a bunch of extra shoes sticking out in front of your toes. You have to exaggerate your steps so you don't trip over yourself. Which I think is, yeah, okay, it makes them more funny. Which coincidentally is part of why clowns move in such a goofy way. Do some clowns go barefoot in their shoes? Some probably have, but it's not the norm. Most professional clowns' shoes are worn with regular shoes, dance shoes, sneakers, or boots inside because it provides arch support and cushioning. It keeps oversized shoe from rubbing against the foot. It makes the shoe fit consistently. It's more hygienic, especially for performers who wear them for hours. That said, some clown shoes are essentially giant soft slippers with built-in footbed. In those cases, a performer might wear just socks or go barefoot if it's more comfortable. The real challenge isn't the lack of footwear, it's the extra length. Imagine trying to walk barefoot with 6 to 8 inches of foam sticking out in front of your toes. Every step would feel a little strange. Now I'm imagining a clown taking off their giant shoe after a show and revealing a completely barefoot inside. Like when a cartoon character opens a giant machine and it's powered by a hamster. I need to give my duelist Knox some more or cakes because they have not been breeding at all apparently. Since I've been gone, they have given me 0 eggs.
Since I've been gone. Hey. Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't realize that you were also breeding them.
Yeah, that's
I
why I
don't need
said
that.
rock eggs and dark eggs.
It's alright.
No, you shouldn't. I mean, you don't need to be sorry. It's just like I didn't realize that there wasn't.
You bastard. My love. Head pats have been redeemed.
No.
I will assume the position.
Cube. I think he wanted head pats. I'm just saying, I think he wanted it. Outside of the fact he tried to bite my arm like a feral dog.
I am insane. Oh, I missed that one because I got up too soon. Oh no, my piece blew it out. I thought we should rename the two.
No, not even. Mm-mm.
No?
No. Nope. You're being a lot. Damn. A lot of effort on fucking Lulu. Going. Bro, get your ass back here. I wanted you to fight the Lylene. Did you eat a dead Lulu at the Lylene, Johnny? Okay, no. Oh, yay! Meteorite descent in progress. I need to get my Babette. Alexa, what time is it? Jeez. 41 a.m. Next one's gonna be at 3. 41 a.m. 41 a.m. And not find my Yakimo, who has remarkable craftsmanship. And if I can get this, I'm fucking ready to go. I can fucking go. I can start breeding my Selines again. I just have to. Oh, there we go. I'm gonna
That's a
put
good
those in my party. I'm gonna take this guy. Oh,
Well, I figured out why some people couldn't hear me that well.
why?
So Discord decided to set my microphone like output volume
Mm-hmm.
at 50%.
I see.
And it was like, yep, half volume. Fuck you.
Thank goodness. I was so worried I wasn't wearing my mercy ring. Get in the ball.
Are you trying to get involved?
Mercy hit. It got mercy hit.
Oh no, the Celine.
Yep. Oh well.
Yeah, I was
Now I guess if I need a Celine with mercy, whatever.
yeah. Yeah, like a little bit after you went to sleep, there was a I saw that there was a meteor on your map, and I was like, oh, I hope that's not the meteor. So I went over while I was running around Sakadorima,
Mm-hmm.
and I checked, and I was like, oh, it's just a supply drop.
I think I pulled the cake out of here from them because I need to check to see how many I need now. Because it looks like we've had lots of menacings being hatched. Which is great.
Yeah,
It's just
you might have some extras. I don't know.
saying, like, I need to get 4 of them out there. So I don't know.
Yeah. Possible you need more. Possible you.
Yeah, I won't know until I start combining them.
Yeah.
What the fuck? Okay. Yeah, sure, I'll buy from you, Mr. Wall.
You're buying from a
What's
wall?
this wall selling me? Ah, yes, I see. Bunny ribbons and Gumas leaves. Do you need Gumas leaves?
Yes.
How
Yes.
many?
Yes.
Apparently my wall is selling them.
Your wall is selling them? I
Yeah,
need a,
come to my base. You can buy from my wall.
um,
I'm so confused. I'm assuming there's somebody on the other side of this wall, but, you know, I was just trying to put some eggs in there. I'll go catch him. Let me see. Hopefully he doesn't have a crew with him. I don't know, because it's just a wall from my perspective. Hello? Oh shit, he got 6 of them. He is what we call a legendary materials merchant. I see. Hold on. No worries, we got this, okay? This is how we're gonna work this, okay? We've got. Nope, let's make it extra sturdy. No, 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 no. Guys, don't do this. Don't do this, okay? Look, 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 look. It's fine, fine, fine. Look, look, look. He's fine. Look at him. He's fine. He's fine. He's fine. He's fine. Oh my god, I think he's leaving. I want to catch him. Hold on. Shit. Okay, okay, okay. We'll wait. We'll wait. Oh no, I accidentally threw a ball. Whoops, whoops, the daisy. My bad. I don't know how buttons work. Doo-doo-doo-doo. Uh-oh. If I take my time, they can't be mad at me. Whoops.
Oh my god, it's an accident again.
I have a soul sphere. Do I have an ancient sphere? I do. I have 9 ancient spheres. Surely. Surely this will work. 14%. Come on. Oh god. That was so close. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
Don't worry, honey, it's just an accident.
Just an accident. Oopsie daisy. Station. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Fuck. Okay. I see, yeah, I'm fine. Yeah. See, I see you have. Oh, what legendary goods you have. How nice. Yeah.
All of these things are used a lot in research. Sweet hairs. Gonna buy a
Well, I'm
bunch
trying
of
to
them.
get it, but apparently spending it off.
Bunny ribbons. And Daisy clouds. I just spent all my money buying.
Alright, do you have a shotgun or some really powerful gun?
No,
Yeah.
but
What the fuck?
oh, he's down there now.
Okay, it's okay. Alright, this is probably gonna hurt. Oh, yeah. Oops, my bad. Oops.
Whoa, you one-shot him?
Oh, no. No, he's not dead. He's not dead.
Like Mercy Pop?
Yeah.
Nice. Surprised you did that all in one hit.
I know. Yes! He's mine now.
It's great he dropped down here and none of his guards witnessed it.
I know, that was awesome.
Oh no. Your employer walked away mysteriously. Please don't go and find him. He has disappeared.
So weird. I was like asking you if you had a great shotgun. I was like, I'm holding a bow that does 20,000 damage. I think we'll be fine. He knew you were trying to catch him. Why didn't you run? He did not know because the game now has a mechanic where it's like if you accidentally throw something or you accidentally hit them, they're not going to be mad at you.
Yeah, it was just
But
stop,
the thing
like,
is, it's to prevent like people from like, oh, I accidentally smacked them and suddenly everybody's trying to kill me.
yeah, it happened quite a bit with like low level
Yeah.
people.
However, I kind of cheese it with, I just have to do it slow and be like, oh, whoops, that was an accident, my bad.
But at the same time, like, the biggest issue isn't actually fighting him and winning. It's that the pals in the base will kill him and everyone else.
Oh yeah.
And his pals, like his bodyguards' pals, might wreck some shit. But
I've tried catching a meat merchant twice.
so, I've got good news and I've got good news, my love.
What's the good news? The fuck is this Sylvagus? When did I get a Sylvagus?
Don't know. Good news is I bought a shit ton of materials needed for research room, so I can do a lot more researches. Like a lot
Good.
of later research.
Good.
Don't know what else is the good news? What the second good news is? Your gift is done.
My gift is done.
Your gift is finished, and I shall combine it with these other gifts that you didn't get last time.
Alright, because you did say you'd leave me a gift in the present box.
And I shall also combine it with potentially more gift. I don't know.
Should I be concerned?
No, you should sound.
So you say?
So, where are you, my love?
My base.
In your base?
Yeah.
I think. Hello, honey.
Hello.
So gift and gift and gift
Oh.
and gift, and this is the big gift.
Ooh, it's rare.
Uh-huh.
Oh, that's just 2,000 extra more damage.
Mm-hmm.
No, I'm just gonna swap that out. Don't mind me.
That was one of the things I got in
Oh shit! I picked up a Wumpo. I'm so strong I didn't realize it.
yeah. Oh, nice. Wow. You've been lifted.
It's true. I've been lifting bricks.
You've been lifted me through this whole.
I've been lifting these fucking duelet knocks. Do you know how heavy they are?
They would be tons.
Exactly.
Um,
Fucking.
So yeah, I got that schematic from one of the legendary treasure maps, and in another legendary treasure map, I got the. Let me find the schematic.
My goodness.
Got. I believe it was an ancient helmet schematic. Yes. A rare ancient helmet schematic.
That's amazing.
So I currently have a Hexalite helmet. If I was to make the.
Look at the statues. They're so cute. They look just like Sonic and Babette.
Oh, look at that. You like the gift?
Guys, you need to get out of the way so I can place more statues of Sonic and Babette. Get your fucking asses out the way, Jesus Christ. Oh my lord, why does everybody want to stand here?
Wow, yeah, that's actually. I was just going wow at the schematic. Like the ancient helmet, the rare one.
Yeah.
Gives 575 defense and 1,320 health. Which is it's a bit of an increase. Like it's not ridiculous, but it's not small either.
To rebuild the deer scanner, which is
Let me look at. Map.
make the lanterns too. Hold on. Back under lighting. Okay, I need to go to this base and pretend to make a bunch of them. So I can come to this base and actually make a bunch of them. How's everybody doing? I had a good nap. I'm much more refreshed now. Bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. It's like a squirrel.
Oh my gosh, you turned into a squirrel from a nap.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. How are you enjoying your breeding base?
I am enjoying it very much. I may have a ridiculous amount of I may have a ridiculous amount of sort of like crappy wooden chests
No.
just in front of my thingies, just because I didn't have the things to make good chests.
Oh, that's fine.
Store the eggs.
Yeah.
The demon. That demon escapes from my lungs. That's where the burps come from, my lungs.
$3:41 a.m. 3:41 a.m.
The next
3:41 a.m. Okay, oops, can't spell. I needed to fix my sign, or I needed to remake a new sign. Because I wanted to build my lantern there, but there was a... I was trying to remember it, so I didn't forget.
Yeah.
These are pretty. These red one lanterns are nice.
I'm glad.
About you. About you. I got the DIY for the gold coin thingy.
Oh, cool.
But I haven't made it yet because it takes 10 AI cores. And I probably have the materials for it. It's just like... what I mean? Gotta make them. Oof.
Really, yeah.
Tell me all the things I wanna hear, 'cause it's true. It's what I like about you. I really want to go back and watch that show. The show called What I Like About You, featuring Amanda Bynes. Unfortunately, it was like, you know, it was a more adult show. It was like basically when Amanda Bynes was getting into her like adults, like transitioning from like Nickelodeon to actual television. She was doing What I Like About You. The show was still produced by Dan Schneider, but man, if I don't didn't fucking love that show. There's this little part of the water that is bothering me.
But what?
The water.
Oh, in my base?
No, 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 no.
Not just in general.
It's around Daybreak. It's like this teeny part right here is like a sliver of black on my map.
Oh, I see.
I wonder if at what point do the anti-air turrets kick in? Do I have to be on land?
I think it might just be a proximity to them.
Because theoretically, could I just like go up high enough and then glide to where I want to go to? Jump off my mount, glide where I want to go. Theorize the proximity thing, because I can already come up on one of the camps up here. Yep. Let's see. Not on land, but I'm within range. Hey guys, meh. Sorry, I was trying to look for a shrine that I have over here. I can teleport to my base. But I'm gonna land. No, I just gotta keep going. Oh, it is up there. There we go. Fixed it. And this is gonna piss me off, and that's gonna piss me off, and that's gonna piss me off. Eventually, I'll go around and I'll fix all these little bits and pieces. I came here. Oh yeah, to squish the scorpions. Let's start with the scorpion.
Scorpion juice.
Yum, yum.
Pardon me, I have burped.
That's good. Gross.
That's disgusting.
Oh, thank you so much for the head pats and the care package. Give me a moment. I will do that.
Nice, she marked.
I will. I will. I just want to squish the first one. One has been squished and 4-starred.
Swim, swim, swim. I know there's a thingy out here somewhere, but it's foggy and I can't see shit.
Our first 4-star. But to the menacing at 8 mining, which means they only need 2 books. Okay.
I had some good conversations while you were
I bet you had good conversation without me. I'm just kidding. Yeah, what's up?
we were talking about my dead dad.
Oh my god, babe. Why do you say it like that? Oh my lord. What's wrong with you?
There's a lot wrong with me.
Hey, 2 4-starred. Oh my god, I thought a spider was crawling across my screen. It was just like somebody carrying wood.
Oh my god.
Practically the same. Oh, and this one's already 3-starred. Damn.
I know the sea base is out here somewhere. I like having a game where I'm not in a constant state of panic by touching the water because shark might be there.
It's nice, ain't it?
Yeah.
Okay,
This what it's like not being afraid of the water?
3 scorpions.
Muna!
Mona! How you doing this morning, Mona? And by morning, I mean night. I don't know what fucking time it is for you. I'm just gonna make up. How is it this time zone for you, Mona?
You having a good time zone, PM? I've trademarked this time zone. I will sue you if you use this time zone.
Okay, and the last one already has 1 star, so it's no problem with this one.
How are you, Muna? We're so close to the debut.
Oh my god. We need to do some work. Okay, I need 24 more scorpions. I've got it to exactly 3 stars.
Nice.
I have 3 out of 4 of my scorpions are now 4 stars, and 1 of them is 3 stars. And they are all gonna be level 8, so let me go see how many mining books I've got.
We are doing amazing, you know.
Amazing, yeah, for sure, for sure.
Yeah.
Lazy for a few hours, are you both? I just woke up from my
Yeah, I
nap.
had a 12-hour nap.
It was a good nap. Basically, it was one of those naps where you don't set an alarm and then you just wake up naturally. That was good. I always like those. Just so you guys are aware, that's what happened when I'm absolutely fucking exhausted and then I go take a nap. That's how long I sleep for, like 2 hours.
Yeah.
And then I'm good. Golden. So you wonder why you're like, oh God, do you ever sleep? Yes, I sleep. I do. My body just doesn't need as much as you. I just
I
still
know.
need some.
You're amazing at power napping.
I
Okay,
am
honestly,
the best power napper.
since she's been here, she's slept more than she has in
It's
ages.
true, but when I get too much sleep, I feel like shit.
Yeah, it's mostly just because we enjoy snuggling, and
Yeah, I
then
do.
Snuggler sleeps to sleep in bed because
Could lead to
we
other
enjoy
things, but no, we're just tired.
tired. Yeah, we got hit by
We just
fatigue.
get cozy.
Oh, yes, there's something involved.
Your doorstep, singing sweet songs.
Hello, well, I suppose.
Alright, I was gonna go check to see, make sure everybody's working where they're supposed to be working. Don't worry about a thing. God, why only like one thing assigned? Who's supposed to be working where? Hold on. I'm gonna do this. Sulfur. Da, 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 da. Okay, okay. So let's. That looks stupid. We want the white ones on the coal and the hexalite, and the black ones can go to the other stuff. Okay.
Out of thing.
Which looks fucking broken. Stop.
Every little thing. Where the heck is this? I don't remember where. I'm just gonna look at the map. Um. This map.
Oh, yeah. I love this song. I haven't heard it in so long.
Literally the area. I get lost.
I got a lovely face. I go to the place. Oh my god, not to get another pal tamer bodyguard just coming and standing in front of my thing. There's literally nobody here, bro. Get your shit together. Oh no.
There it is.
I'm crazy, bitch, got your fuck so good, I'm on top of it when I dream. Doing you all night. Why do you guys stand like this? Do you hate me? Is this why? Do you stand like this because you hate me? Stop fucking while you're trying to mine. You're a crazy bitch, but you got so good on top of it. Whatever.
Is the wall gonna speak to you again?
I don't know. Oh, here you go. Hello. Didn't we just see each other earlier today? Are you gonna give me more diamonds? No, crude oil. Alright. Diamonds and crude oil. I guess. And apparently I oversee 2 lands. I own the skies. And I own...
Yeah, I had him a couple of times, like back to back.
I totally fucking forgot to rebuild my oil thingy. That's what I forgot. Glad he stopped by and reminded me. Yeah, crazy bitch, but you fuck so good, I'm on top of it when I dream. I'm doing you all night, scratches all down my back to keep me right on, hey. You're crazy bitch, but you fuck so good, I'm on top of it when I dream. Doing you all night, scratches all down my back. Come on, baby girl, you want it all. To be a star, you'll have to go down. Take it off, no need to talk. You're crazy, but I like the way you fuck me. Hey, you're crazy, crazy bitch, but you fuck so good I'm on top of it when I drink. Doing you all night, scratches all down my back to get me right on. Hey, you're a crazy bitch, but you fuck so good I'm on top of it when I drink. Doing you all night, scratches all down my back to keep me right on. To keep me right on. You're crazy, but I like the way you fuck me. Fucking love that song.
That is a completely Say So song.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, Say So.
Completely the say so list.
That is Say So as a massive hit. I mean, Say So. You are enjoying singing that.
That used to be my shit, man.
This Wonderful House. Enemy. Cool.
You float?
I float down here. It would be best just to go back to our base.
I'm kind of curious how you would get crude oil from a sky island.
True. How? It wouldn't fossilize sky dinosaurs? No?
It's like sky dinosaurs. I love it.
I've actually been getting a decent amount of the purple kinship features from doing like a higher level area camp. Just looting the final chest seems to give.
I'm gonna go attempt to do one of these towers here. I don't know if it will count towards the quest.
The
The
tower?
yeah, I don't know if it'll go towards the quest for the tornado.
Oh, maybe. Have you talked to the person to see if they even
No,
give you the
no, I
quest?
haven't. But the thing is I see some beams in the sky.
I wonder if you can completely disable the tornado before you even talk to him and get the quest. That would be funny if you could.
I do see that there's.
I see my base in the distance. It's actually cool because it's a player-made base. It renders in from much further away.
See? Oh shit.
Hmm?
I forgot she was aggressive. I have disabled one of the things. It was not part of a tower though. Basically I'm going around so I can mark which ones the towers are.
Oh, yes. Actually, I wonder if this map will give me the location of those towers. Nope, because they're an actual objective to mark.
This one is out in the open as well. Next to, it looks like, is this the Depresso statue? Yeah. Oh, see, this area is really pretty. If you want a Sakura biome base that isn't in that Sakura biome, there's a really pretty spot here next to this defense thing.
Oh yes, there is a spot where there's some cherry blossom
They're
views.
so
Cheese.
pretty. And
Cherry
that
blossom cheese.
and it's got the same water that's at my base, except for it's got little pink flowers in it and lily pads.
Oh, that sounds lovely.
Hmm. I could see you building at the top of this.
Cherry blossom cheese is what I said.
I know. I'm gonna mark this down on the map. I'm gonna put a little house location here, so think about it. If I see it later, I'll remind you.
Gotta get coffee. I'll be right back. Enjoy getting your coffee. Enjoy your coffee.
Oh my God! Stop fighting everything, dude. You don't have to kill everything. I'm gonna. Okay, defensive. Bruh. Why are you gonna make life harder for us? I know it was my fault because I told you you can do what you want, but come on. Stop doing what you want.
Do what you want, but don't do what you want. Listen to me, you fucking. Okay, let me go to the desert. Basically, I'm.
Oh, I've never seen. Oh, one of the bosses is a Flarical. Okay, I don't think I realized that before. Still 68 Flarical. Do I think I could take it? Don't want a Flarical? Not right now. I'll do it later. It's not my priority. My priority right now, apparently, is disabling these things. But I am just looking for the towers. Because those have good loot. Oh look, a schematic tower. Oh shit. I usually pride myself in getting these right the first time. So if I have to do it a second time, I'm ashamed. I'm ashamed by my intuition not working. Ooh, just.
I saw nothing. There are no witnesses. We are not streaming this game.
Basically, I like getting these stuff here because there's lots of ancient spheres and stuff, and I can use ancient spheres apparently to catch humans, legendary humans.
Oh no, your milk didn't make it to the expiration date. No.
No, I'm so
We had that
sorry.
happen once before with the
Oh,
almond milk.
yeah.
Yeah, the other one
Oh.
like bad like 3 days after opening it.
Oh my God! There's so many dynamorphs. They're so fluffy. Hey guys, look. I am not aggressive. I'm just gonna take these 2 eggs that turned into 3, and I'm just gonna leave. You guys can have your good time. Okay, love you, bye.
Aggressive.
I don't need to fight you. Now I have Dynamorph eggs. I'm so happy. I love them because they're chonky fucks, and they're also really good at electricity, but also, like, I don't want to use them because, like, they don't fit either one of my bases aesthetically, but they're so cute. I love them. They're so fat. And they're so fluffy.
They really need to add a pygmy or a miniature.
Look at it. Look at him. Look how fat he is. I love him. This is the boss. He's so fucking fat. And then, because I didn't fly him last time at all like that, I didn't know how he flew. When I watched that video, oh, it healed something in my heart. He is so fat and he flies like a fucking fat fuck. I love it. Look, I need to show you guys a video. I saved it. I think. I saved it or I sent it to somebody. I need to find it.
Have you seen Chicken Run?
Did I send it to you?
You did send it to me.
No, I didn't. Where did I send
No,
it?
you showed it to me on your computer.
No, I didn't.
What? I
I
remember seeing it.
watched it earlier today.
Oh.
I watched it
Maybe I
today.
saw it a different day.
Maybe, I don't know. I'm pulling up YouTube. Okay, I will show you guys. Don't worry. Don't worry. I fucking got you. I fucking... Oh my god. It's that video again. What the fuck? Okay, so you know how the other day I said, hey, what should we listen to on Spotify? And I read the 16 kids kept in a 12 by 12 room covered in feces, you know, and I made it a joke,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
That was a
It's
few
there
days
again?
ago. This
Yeah.
video was just uploaded 27 minutes ago on Rotten Mango. 16 kids kept in a 12 by 12 room covered in feces.
What? Maybe they re-uploaded it because it got like taken down for
Maybe.
being.
I want to watch that
I
later.
don't know. Yeah, as we're going to sleep, we can watch it.
Yeah. I'm gonna put that tab up.
We love true crime.
Yeah, I'm not listening to that now.
No.
This is not the kind of content for Twitch. Look, we watch a lot of like true crime and stuff like that. It is what it is. No, no, no. Bada bing, bada boom. Okay, you keep your shit together.
True crime in your own time.
True, exactly. Let's see. History. No, history.
Man, I miss when like the fucking History Channel and like Nat Geo and all that actually were useful channels.
Here we go. Found it. Okay. I'm going to pull it up so you guys can see it because it's fucking amazing. It says this clip just broke the internet, so it's like very whatever. I don't say it didn't break the internet, but I love it. Look.
This guy might have just created
How does
history
my
with this
Grimtail
clip
have
because
10
instead of
tracks?
taking Jet Dragon or any fast
Sounds
flying
like
cow
I'm
to
using
fly
for
with the
longer
big
than
ass whale
this.
Panthalus through the entire ocean at you, he brought the most goofy looking fat pow Dynamoth in his party, and it turned into one of the funniest clips of all time. The clip got over 21 million views and 225,000 likes in less than 1 day. It became so popular that Pocket Pair themselves remade it, saying, "Fly, fly, fat bird." This is the voice dubbed clip. Watch this. Fly! Fly! Fly, you fat fuck! Fly! Both of our lungs depend on you to fly! So this guy might have just
Cup almost overflowed, so close to being back. Oh, glad it didn't overflow. This is how you become a physicist. Your physicist error. I learned all about the water tension, or I guess coffee tension. I want. Oh,
The good thing about this bird is not bird. She's not a bird. The good thing about my flyer is that I don't really have to worry about falling when I'm at the Sky Islands with her. She's got such good stamina. Oh, that was such a wonderful video. I got a disposable implant, Heart of the Immovable King.
nice.
Could have been better, but I'll take it.
Weird that you keep taking burning damage even while in the water.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Swim, 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 swim.
I remember the first time we came here. And we were like, oh, I wonder if my mount can make it. And it was like, just barely.
Mm-hmm.
Man, Celine is something else.
There and back again.
Yeah.
Hobbit Trail by Celine Baggins.
Oh, God. She's just so powerful. She has so much stamina. It's almost like she's alien.
She's all the way from Wisconsin, where the aliens exist.
Okay.
Don't shoot me with a
Are
shotgun.
these guys gonna be awake? I think they're awake. Okay. Alright, look. You can be aggressive here, but only because I need the chests in here. Good luck, have fun. Feel free have fun killing everybody. Nope. Trying to shoot me. Alright. He just loves being let loose. So he can do whatever he wants. Don't do that. Oh. Johnny doesn't like it when you're mean to me. The good thing is he seems to be like a floor ahead of me. So, oops. So like when I go up to the next floor, he's already been there and cleared it.
Yeah, sometimes they just run off and...
Yeah, he's really excited. He loves it. It's like letting loose a dog, dude. It's like, we did it! Disable the defense system. Nice. Good job. Proud of you. Look, I like what you did with this girl. You threw her into the wall. Wow. So hard. Look at this. Babe, look at this.
Let me see. Oh! Yeah.
Nice decoration.
That's some professional decorating right there. I think they figured that out with a degree.
Slow ride, take it easy. I'm just making shit up, I don't know.
I hate when they change the song.
I know.
Not follow your singing.
How dare. Like it's a different song or something. Gee. Oh, it is. No, sorry, it's song. I thought I was losing my mind.
Easy.
Oh my god, it's a chicken. I want it. No, I want it. Get in the boat. No, get in the boat. Get in the boat. You weird chicken. Oh. Am I not wearing my ring? No. Turns out I'm not wearing my mercy ring, so that chicken just died. Puppy.
Rip chicken. Chicken.
He's a crackhead chicken, anyways. He reminded me of. There's these characters in these like weird head bouncy type enemies. Characters in the Labyrinth that I hate.
Oh yes.
It's such an uneasy scene for me. That's what they remind me of. Oh, I got an applied mining handbook. That's good, because that reminds me that's what I was gonna do when I got back. You love the Labyrinth? Yeah, it's fantastic. More south.
Holy Nova.
Holy no.
Ow, that's my face. Don't hit my face with your face.
It's called
If you're
kissing.
Australian, not.
It's called kissing.
Oh my god.
Australian not going to
Australian, not
kiss you. Did you
kissing me.
catch it, by the way?
I did catch it before, yeah.
Nice.
Now I'm catching another one.
Got to give. 2, something's got to give. 3, something's got to give. Oh, let the bodies hit the floor. 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 I just sneeze.
Bless you.
You almost ruined it.
Really?
Now you can't say bless you to somebody before they sneeze. Then they won't be able to.
I've never had an issue with that. Go legendary
Here we go.
Go legendary sphere. Yeah. And I'm even a bow actually.
Something's got to give. Something's got to give. Something's got to give. Let the bodies hit the floor. Let the bodies hit the floor. Let the bodies hit the floor.
Bottom of the afternoon. Oh my god. He just wishing the bottom of us.
Are you talking to our bottoms?
Oh my god. My butt has been spoken. Sometimes it speaks back. That's cool.
What's wrong with you, babe?
You never saw it?
Oh no!
No? What happened?
I just got a schematic.
Oh? What's the schematic and where did you get it from?
I got it from this tower, and
What is the schematic?
it may or may not be a mechanical bow schematic.
Oh, is it legendary?
Yes!
Oh my god. I will tell you the percentage of that in a second. I have it pulled up here. The chance on the database, which isn't filled out properly, to get it from a Sky Island treasure, I think is what it is. I don't know if it's Sky Island 02 in the database. Yeah, no. It's a 0.094% chance from Sky Island treasure. Or a 0.061% chance from Sky Island 02. It's one of those two.
Holy shit.
Wait, no, it might be enemy
Oh,
camp.
so like top of the morning but bottom of the afternoon. I see.
It might be, Oh yeah, it could be the enemy camp, Sky Island.
Yeah, it is enemy camp.
0.173. The highest is 0.198. So you
I got 2 mechanical bow schematics. I got a mechanical bow that's legendary and a mechanical bow that's epic.
Whoa!
Hold on, I also got an uncommon prototype shotgun schematic.
Dang, you got fucking lucky.
Jesus Christ. Ah, he just made me a new fucking bow that was rare, which is already really good.
That is the best bow in the game you now have.
I
You
don't
cannot
have
get
it
a
yet.
better bow than that one.
I don't have the bow.
Or the schematic
I have
for
the
it.
schematic. I'm gonna make it. Oh my god. I can't wait to see how much damage it does. How much damage does it do? Tell me. I need to know. I can't have patience. I don't have patience.
You want me to tell you?
Yes.
Oh, I have to look up a different website because this one doesn't tell me.
26% stinky. That's not too bad. That's not too bad.
Yeah, this website's good for Ellen.
33% stinky. What about me? Check me, guys. Check me for my stink. Oh my lord.
Hmm?
Don't look. I'm not super stinky. Don't mind me. Really not super stinky. Although you guys did just miss a real perfect opportunity. She could check me for my stink. The perfect response would have been to do, that would have been the perfect opportunity to do the sniff, sniff, sniff. Kind of smell like a bug. Guys missed out that opportunity. Too bad. I'm so sorry.
Okay, it seems like it increases by 1,000 damage each rarity, so 2,400 damage. I did not type
Yeah.
up. 24,000
Can
damage.
smell like a bug.
Oh no, baka. How stinky am I?
I'm gonna like skip this fruit because apparently I can't pick it up anyways. Yeah, check Tristan, see how stinky he is. So I need to get to the nearest shrine because why? Because I have no inventory space. I have too much shit. I could drop this heavy assault rifle ammo. What else am I doing with it? I just ate my basic medicines, I guess. Mm-hmm. Ooh, I got another disposable implant. Mastery of fasting.
Someone check my stink. It's so stink.
What would be mastery of fasting be best on, you think?
Any base pal that does something that uses a lot of food, I guess. I don't know.
Interesting.
I don't know. I don't know if it's a specific job that uses a lot of food or not.
Well, that's what I was asking.
I would have to Google it, but we'll do that once I'm no longer in danger of burn.
Right, apparently Tristan isn't stinky at all. Let me see.
How stinky am I?
You're non-existent stinky. To say. Oh, there you go. 84% stinky. Not as stinky as me.
No! But I'm the stinky.
I'm the stinkiest.
Oh, well.
Unless somebody comes in here, tries to out-stinky me. I don't think so. Alright, so I have just... I don't know if I did all of them. I don't know if I did all of them. But, I did feel like I did all of them.
My eyes are stinging from all the stink. The very stinky room we have here.
Oh my god, I am insatiable, guys. Seriously. Tell me to stop. I have no inventory space. I just ate all my lowest level
How
medicines
are you?
so that I could pick up these fucking schematics. And they're not even schematics. They're fucking, look, implants. I need them.
You do. Those are really hard to get.
Oh my god. See, I need it. Okay, what I don't need is tactical grenade launcher ammo.
You've arrived at your workplace? Nice, nice.
I just got a disposable implant for Swift.
Ooh. Yes.
You see.
One of the schematic towers.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Right.
Yeah, we have to wait until the world tree to get any of the to actually get it regularly. Hey. Yeah, you got this. You got this, Nikki.
Have a good
Show your wife.
day. Ew.
A heat advisory has been issued, and what does
You
my
should
dad
go
do?
smack him. You should go slap him on the back. And when he says, when he asks why you hit him, just say you're just trying to give him a taste of the sting he's going to feel later from that sunburn.
That does sound like a good thing to do, yeah. Today will be a short day, so I hope it won't be too bad. Fingers crossed, fingers crossed.
Let me know how it goes.
Yeah, we'll probably be here. Oh, we don't burn heat hand. Oh,
That bitch.
I don't.
Hate him. Hate him already.
I don't.
As somebody who burns from looking at the sun, okay? I hate him.
I burn when I perceive the sun, so I don't go outside. Yes, yes, yes. That's what I wanted. Come here, you bastard. Don't escape. Fuck. Got to get on top of you, damn it. Spent all this time trying to find a fucking
You can't do air
skeleton.
conditioning because it gets too cold too easily. Really? Oh god, he sounds like, okay, like, he's your dad, I guess, but like, he sounds intolerable to live with. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. What's the opinion of spiders here? I mean, I think they're useful. I don't necessarily want one in my mouth.
Some of them can look scary or creepy or just like, but like, they have a purpose as long as they stay away from my area.
My philosophy on any kind of critter is I do not mind if you exist where you're supposed to exist outside, but the minute that you enter my space, you become an intruder, and intruders must die.
They have forfeit their right to life.
Yep. Now, if you're more purposeful like a spider is a little bit more purposeful than other bugs. I may let you live if you've left me alone.
Yeah, stay in the corner of the room or something.
Yeah.
Don't come onto the desk and crawl on my hand. You're dead.
If you touch me, you're absolutely 100% dead. I get it. I could see him going outside just so your mom could be like, I need to turn on the AC, okay? You're either going outside or you're gonna suffer.
It really is annoying whenever like Australia has a total fire ban during Christmas and New Year's, and people still set off fireworks. It's fucking disgusting. And it's not uncommon for Australia to have total fire bans on
Ooh, I can make this fancy bench. I can make this fancy bench with Sorelight and it's ancient monitoring stand. And apparently it reduces
nice, yeah.
sanity. Nice. Oops. Oh my god, it takes forever. Let me build it.
I don't care if like spiders exist, and if I see them, or like a lot of bugs for that matter, just they're like outside.
I will have a knee-jerk reaction. If a spider scares me, I'll kill it.
Yeah.
Okay. The thing is, I will kill it or run away. Okay. I don't mind spiders. For example, I really want to see a huntsman spider. I was told by my mother-in-law that there was one a very baby one in the doorway. And I went to go look at it and I was like, oh, it's cute. And I left. I wasn't scared of it. However, if it surprises me, it'll die because like my knee-jerk reaction to just kill it. Right? I don't want to be surprised.
But unfortunately, huntsmen are flat and like to hide behind things.
So it'll more than likely scare me. Honestly, I really want a pet huntsman so they can take care of all the bugs around, but
We don't have many bugs around, so
we really don't have many bugs around, but that's probably because of all the sneaky huntsman spiders around.
the thing about the huntsmen though is like they keep the more dangerous spiders away.
Yeah.
Like huntsmen are basically like predators of other spiders.
Mhm.
Other spiders can't really do anything to them.
You
They
need
can't.
more huntsman spiders in your house. As long as I don't see them, they're fine. And if one does come in the house and it's big enough to be noticed by me, as long as I have been forewarned by it, it can stay. I need to have been forewarned about it. I need to be prepared
Hmm.
before I see the spider so that I can mentally prepare for it. I don't know, I can't.
It's not common to come across huntsmen's, but like you can. Holy no.
That's the one spider that people, not one spider, I think. Is it the huntsman that people are like super scared of?
Yes, a lot of people are scared of the huntsman because it's big.
Yeah. That's the one I want. I
It's
just.
not. It does nothing to humans. It's just big. The golden orb weavers aren't doing their job. They're fired. They're food for the huntsman.
Everybody
Yeah.
says in good condition, hard work, seems to be a good worker on a short break. Everybody seems really happy
Yeah.
at this base now. Well, not now. I think they've been happy since I've been here.
My spider's very scared. My spider? My sister's very scared of spiders and their size, so she'll scream if one catches by surprise. So I'm tasked with killing all the spiders in my home, but sometimes I just pick them up and take them elsewhere. Yeah,
My ex was like he legitimately made me feel like an absolute dickhole because I killed a moth because it was flying in my fucking face and it kept bouncing between my computer monitor and my face. So I killed it. And he was like, wow. Like, just wow. You know, and I'm like,
wow.
it made me feel like I'm the asshole because I killed a fucking moth
In your space.
in my space.
Yeah.
Okay.
He was just someone who like talked down to everyone. Always thought he was right with everything, but he was hardly ever right. R/I am the arsehole. Yeah, he would be on that. I think Ico could make quite a few posts on that. Right?
Yeah. I'll kill bugs, okay? I don't know. Like, I love animals, okay? I'm not gonna just go out and kill animals willy-nilly, but bugs are different, right? Like, am I crazy for that opinion?
For that opinion, no, you're not crazy for that opinion.
What opinion am I crazy for?
I mean, we regularly talk about the ethics of cannibalism.
Oh, yeah, sure.
There are some opinions that were a bit crazy.
Okay, babe, can you come here in real life?
Yes.
This is the ancient. Like, yeah. They are such different vibes. You think they'd be closer to one another, but they're not. But the thing I like most about this is this door. Because it reminds me of the tech door. Look at it. Oh, it doesn't. It doesn't maybe remind me so much of the tech door, because the tech door... Oh, opens... Okay, it opens and closes by itself. Okay, I hate this.
But not for your base.
Yeah.
Your base is
Yeah. Okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Oh my god, my load!
What? Gummy bears? Gummy bears!
Oh no, I dropped one.
No! You owe me a gummy bear. You owe me one that hasn't been on. Thank you. Thank you. That haven't been on the floor. You want to know which one of these gummy bears are my favorite? Just so you know.
Which one?
These.
Oh, clear one.
Yeah, they're pineapple flavored.
The clear ones are not the yellow one. Yellow one's probably the one.
Like a lemon, yeah. I just wanted you to know. It doesn't matter. It doesn't really matter. I just wanted you to know. Oh, he gave me 3 more clear ones because he loves me. Actually, maybe the green ones are pineapple. I don't know. The clear ones are nice.
But hey, talking about the ethics of cannibalism is not that crazy. Talking about it isn't. No. Doing it is, and we won't tell you what we get up to.
Okay, so I have 2 buildings marked on my map. I know that there's more than 2. I just have to find that last one.
Where's the other one? Why aren't you?
I'm gonna go back to my house.
Every time someone says gummy bear or gummy worm, I can't stop hearing YouTuber Louis Caliber saying gummy worm in that high pitched voice he can do.
I always worry that people are gonna think I'm eating weed gummies. I'm not. They're literally just Haribo gummy bears.
Best of both gummy bears.
Haribo gummy bears are the best gummy bears, and you could fight me on that. You'll be wrong. Yeah.
It is just a smackdown. Your opinions are invalid if you buy Ico or Haribo gummies. Not being the best. They are the best.
They are. Like, by a long shot. I've never found a gummy as good as Haribo. I don't know what they put in these. Cocaine? Other gummies fall flat, like eat. Not even a contest.
Like, if you make a tier list of gummy bears, you can go from like F to S, and then above S is Haribo. Doesn't even exist on the same scale.
I don't need people. That mean I'm not gonna joke about it. However, we did talk about like the more like logistical part of it. Like, would I be friends with? Last night we had a whole conversation about whether or not I'd be friends with somebody that was cannibal. And I decided I can't. I don't think I could be friends with somebody who was a cannibal, just because it would be too weird.
Which is fine marrying someone that's a cannibal.
Yeah.
Definitely out. I definitely eat people.
Think if. Great words. The same, like, for the same reasons that I would not like to be friends with somebody who is a cannibal. Somebody else, I forgot who it was, said that they would want to be friends with a cannibal because they said it would be funny because of that.
I think it was Lucy.
No, it wasn't Lucy. I forgot who it was though.
It might have been Nikki.
Might have been Nikki.
Oh
yeah. My bad. Look, I don't know if you know, but I was exhausted last night.
Rock and roll.
Yeah, but you think it'd be fun for the same reasons. I don't think it would be fun.
Do you remember the Rick of the Roll? of September.
The city. Built the city on rock and roll. Okay, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
Hate
7.
this song. I hate your mum.
Oh my god. Tristan, dude. Why do you hate his mom? I just hate people's moms like that. It's rude.
Because you should enjoy cities being built on rock and roll, and not the blood, sweat, and tears of poor people.
I just want to know why your mom hates it. What's her beef? What's her beef with building cities on rock and roll? Is it because it was like overplayed in her childhood?
Probably.
Dude,
Why?
look, this is not how you make cake. You can't just set fires downstairs. Oh, yep, that's exactly what it was.
I did a lot of damage.
There's a lot of people who don't like Despacito because of little fucking everything. I unironically like Despacito. Like, I know it turned into a meme. I don't even care. I unironically fucking love that song. And it's so much fun to sing. I'm not very good at Spanish, but what I can remember of the Spanish, it's fun, you know. I like trying to sing in Spanish even though I'm terrible at it. But it's fun to sing.
You're doing very well with it.
Like, hear it on one station, flip to the next, same song we're playing on next station. I remember when I was a kid, my mom was like singing this song, and then she turned on the radio in the car, and the song that she was just singing was playing, and she's like, "Oh my god!" She's so excited. I'm just a very excitable person. Such a positive person.
She really is. So, my love,
Yeah,
if you get hungry later,
we have more gummy bears.
we do have more gummy bears.
Okay.
But is leftover pasta
Okay.
for dinner. No, that we can have.
Okay.
And the other leftovers you want more.
Okay. There's leftover pasta. All right.
Leftover pasta.
All right. What happened to my light?
Oh, no.
I think Dazzy took a break. What the fuck? No, it couldn't have been Dazzy taking a break.
Otherwise, I can like make something.
What the fuck? Is there a proximity thing to my light?
Maybe.
Oh, it's really low. What the hell? Why is my proximity? This is short, dude. Look at it. Come here.
Okay. Whoa, weird. So you have to be in the room. That is cool. I wonder if it's just got like a really short render distance.
I don't know, but it really does explain why sometimes these incubators derp out.
Yeah, there's always some song that gets overplayed on the radio station to the point that everyone hates it. Well, most people hate it, not everyone.
I also like Christmas music.
Yep.
I know a lot of people hate Christmas
Do you
music.
like Mariah Carey's defrosting?
Yeah, I like that song, but only around Christmas time. I don't like listening to Christmas music before or if it's not around Christmas.
Yeah.
I am at any time after Thanksgiving, Christmas music is acceptable.
You will have the issue in Australia of
Not Thanksgiving non-existing, so it's gonna be any
you
time after
don't have
fucking
Thanksgiving.
Halloween.
So as soon as Halloween's over,
I hear those wait, I forgot the words.
I hear those sleigh bells
Ring, ring,
jingle.
ring, ting, ting-a-ling, too. Yep. I both like it and dislike it, but build buildings good, because sometimes it makes my job easier, but also sometimes makes my job harder. What does that
Oh my,
mean?
what way?
Yeah, late November then.
Yeah,
We were
we
just
get
talking about that.
Christmas.
That's why we said Mariah Carey defrosting. Because she defrosts into that song, and I fucking love it.
Um,
I also like looking at leaves change colors. Okay, I'm that kind of person. I'm a basic white bitch sometimes.
you will be seeing summer leaves.
Yeah, that's gonna be weird.
End of spring.
They're gonna be like, oh, it's Christmas time. I'm like, bitch, I'm hot as fuck. What do you mean?
Sometimes you will hear Christmas music in July for like Christmas in July themed things.
Oh, yeah.
Uh,
They also had that, like, they had little specials and stuff like that, like at McDonald's.
yeah, yeah. We have because we don't have Christmas during winter. We tend to have some Christmas in July themed things that do pretty well because
People wish.
all the media about Christmas is snowy and we don't have snow. And it's also hot as fuck during our Christmas. It's very, very common to have a Christmas Barbie.
That sounds nice, though.
It can be good.
One time I had Chinese food for Christmas.
I think we've done that before. Maybe I don't know. But
Hi,
yeah,
Sims. I'm eating gummy bears. There's
hello, Sim.
so many gummy bears. I've never thought of complaining about gummy bears.
You've never what?
Nothing.
All I heard was I've never.
Never thought I'd complain about gummy bears because there's so many. I've still got 6 more. I'm just gonna look. I need to stop trying to eat them just because they're there.
My love.
What? Don't take my gummy bears. They're mine. You can't have them.
Okay, sure. They're Haribo gummy bears, so
Yes, they're amazing.
I should probably explain what my job is. I install security camera door locks on all monitor sensors, that stuff like that. And when I have to run my cable, sometimes it's easy to run my cable, but when I have to run cable and walls, and the building I'm in is built right, it can be pretty hard.
Oh,
To run
yeah.
cable. Oh, yes, yeah. Yeah, it'll be very hard for us to get like we discussed it with a
Oh, yeah. We discussed it with a contractor person about how if we wanted to get some stuff rewired up to the bedroom, so we had the modem up here instead of down in the basement, we could get it done and be a bitch.
literally they would have to get scaffolding and like fucking it would cost like 10K.
How do you make your chipwich, Sims?
Chipwich, is that just a sandwich with chips?
I've had a sandwich with chips. Thing is, I
Is
have
it
like
chips or chips?
I have it with chips. But so like I have when I was a kid, because this is not anytime recently. What I would do is I'd get the crunchy original flavored, I think, chips, and then I would put it on basically a peanut butter sandwich.
Ooh, peanut butter. Ooh. That's an interesting thought.
Yeah.
That'd be an interesting flavor.
Chocolate chip cookie ice cream sandwich. Oh, that's not what I was thinking.
Oh, okay. Now I can think of 2 types of chip sandwiches.
Well, now I can.
I can think of 3 types of chip sandwiches. You will see things here that are advertised as like a Cali style. It's hot chips. It's fries.
No.
It's like you can get a Cali style burrito and it's got chips inside the burrito.
You say that, but like we do not put fries on our burritos.
No, no, I bet you I bet you don't. But it's just something done here for some reason because California. I don't know.
That sounds awful.
We don't do good burritos.
They don't. They really don't.
You have to find a
I found
proper
one
Mexican
place, one fucking place that has good burritos. It's not even the one I necessarily like, but it doesn't really necessarily have the stuff I would, my go-to burrito stuff on it, but it's acceptable. Yeah, right. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
think it's
I don't think that the people here have ever conceptualized a Hispanic person in their life. Indian people, though, they got a million of those.
Yeah, we have a lot of Indian people.
A lot of Indian restaurants, a lot of kebab places, but I don't even know where kebabs are from.
Turkey.
They're from Turkey, so lots of Turkey people. You have Hispanic friends? I had.
Lots of Turkish people, lots of Greek people, lots of people like Polish, depending on the area, Vietnamese, Thai.
I did not come here for the cuisine. Came here for my darling husband. Sometimes food is a bit of a struggle for me because
There
I'm
are
not.
adjustments.
It's an adjustment thing because like it's just I'll tell you guys the way I've told them is I was like it's just not something I grew up. I did not grow up eating the type of food that is here. Bless you. It's not that it's bad, it's just that I'm not used to it. So I don't really like
It's different.
it's like if they probably, saw a real messy, down home good like fucking Hispanic meal, they'd probably be like, "Oh, I don't know about that. That sounds a lot of stuff in it that I'm not used to or whatever." And that's exactly what it is with the Indian food and stuff like that. It's not something I've been exposed to. It's not very common in the U.S. I say the U.S., but at least the parts I've been to, like, there are not really any Indian restaurants. There's definitely no
yeah.
Turkish restaurants. There's, like, niche Greek restaurants and stuff like that, but I never even really went to them because they weren't great to me. If the most Greek I've ever had is a gyro.
I'm glad you're not saying
Gyro.
yeah. Gyro. There's a few Indian restaurants here, but you have to actively
Yeah. Yeah. So it's just not something I'm familiar with. And it's not something that's common in the US. And because of that, like a lot of the food to me looks gross. Because I'm just not used to it. It's like, it's just different. That's all it is. It's different cuisine.
Yeah, I really don't know why they list like if chips are inside of it, if like fries are in it. It's a California style, and that's the most Australian shit I've ever heard of.
Yeah, that is a very Australian thing. There's like fries and fucking everything. That's another thing too. They've got kebabs, right? Fucking, I grew up. If a kebab was a kebab, okay. Shish kebab was the only fucking kebab I knew. And you know what that shit is? It's fucking meat and veggies grilled on a stick. That's what I fucking grew up thinking a kebab was. They've got these fucking HPC
HSP.
HSP shits.
Hello, snack
Okay,
pack.
those are literally just a fucking plate of fries covered in meat that's been pressed together and shaved and then drenched in sauce.
It's
It looks
delicious.
disgusting.
It's
It looks
delicious.
so gross. It looks so
Um,
gross to me.
the HSP isn't a kebab, but
They
that's like
come from kebab places.
yeah. It uses the kebab meat. The Turkish kebab, it's a doner kebab. It's a wrap, basically. The meat is cooked on
On a
a like a large rotisserie
yeah.
sort of thing.
Basically, they take all of the meat and they push it together and they
Mhm.
squish it and then they put it all on a spit to where it does run around. It
Delicious.
does spin around and stuff like that, but it is on a giant stick. I guess in a way, I guess it would be like the world's most massive kebab. You know, you said it sounds interesting. You want to try it?
It
It sounds gross to me. It sounds
we
like it's just like to me. It's like a lot of leftover meat scraps and stuff like that all
it's
pushed
not
together.
it's not leftover meat scraps. It's like proper meat that's like spiced and then like they interlay it with like occasionally put like a layer of like it depends if it's chicken or lamb, but they put like a layer of fat for flavor. And then they cook it. They slowly cook it. Spins all day. Shave off bits and
The thing is he likes this, and it's fine. I'm afraid to try it because it sounds gross to me. But that's what I mean. Like that's very common around here.
you will probably not enjoy a HSP, but I think you would enjoy a kebab, a doner kebab.
Is that the wrap? You said it's a wrap.
Yeah, it's effectively a wrap with
There's
shaved meat,
there's not there's not.
and it's chicken or lamb. Or
I
mix.
can get chicken.
Yeah.
I'm not like I've been very hit or miss on whether or not I like lamb. There's been a lot of lamb here in this country.
I am not a lamb person, but lamb is massive in Australia. Um,
Like it's more common than beef.
it's a lot cheaper than beef as well.
Coffee cake is also fucking delicious.
The most common way to get beef here is as a mince, as a ground beef.
Yeah. So they make some really good burgers.
Well, yeah. You can get burger patties, rissoles,
What do you think?
beef sausages.
Not had a rissole, but I was given the opportunity for a rissole.
You'll be given plenty of opportunities. Mum likes to cook turkey rissoles.
I know, but the way you described them, it doesn't sound great to me either. It's like a flat meatball.
Yeah, it's like a meatball if you just like donk it on the head a bit. Just flattens out.
It's called. I don't know. It's like kebab's amazing. They make great burgers and chips. I don't know. I think I need to expand my horizons. Eventually, I'm gonna need to eat more food than just McDonald's because I'm just comfortable with it.
I will say right now that I have actively looked at kebabs and been like, I really feel like a kebab, but I know Aiko is not in the mood to try something new right now.
Well, that's why I tell you sometimes. Sometimes I will tell you, pick whatever you want, and I will find something on the menu that I will eat. That's my easiest way. That's the easiest way to get me to try something new.
I know. But it's typically like every so often I'll crave one. And I went through a massive chicken burger craving, and I kept just trying to find good chicken burgers, and then like a lot of places don't do good chicken burgers. You can get like a standard chicken burger, which is usually just chicken, lettuce, maybe tomato.
Yeah, I was telling Tristan earlier that I was thinking that I thought it was weird that the beef here was so good, but the chicken doesn't taste that good to me. And I mean, it's okay. Like, I mean, if it's like rotisserie chicken, it's fine. But if it's like like you go to a restaurant, you get like a chicken burger or something, a chicken sandwich. Oh my God, I cannot believe they called it a chicken burger. What's wrong with me? Anyways, get a chicken sandwich, then shut up.
One of us.
No, I refuse. Anyways, so go get a chicken sandwich, and then it just doesn't. It's not as good, in my opinion. And I was like, what's the difference? I was like, it's all the hormones. I need all the hormones in my meat.
Actually, fish in. When I can possible.
Take me down to the paradise. All right, Diamond Body and Demon God. 183, 100. What are we thinking? Smash or pass?
183, 100 for.
Diamond Body and Demon God. Like, it doesn't have all three. It just has two and then 183, 100.
Are you.
I'm still coming up with the babies.
What are the breeders? Like, which
100,
breed-
100, 100, Diamond Body, Demon God,
Oh, okay,
Immortality.
okay. That would just be a few.
Yeah.
Like, literally two for
Yeah.
to keep that. If you get really picky and want 100, 100, 100, it'll take ages.
Yeah. Well, no, I mean, like, I'm definitely getting plenty of 100, 100, 100s, even with the 3 passes. This one down here doesn't have Serenity. It has Power of Gaia out of fucking nowhere, but yeah, I'll take that one.
Oh yeah, anytime you want to grind out.
Like this one
more-
right here, 100, 106. I'm not doing that.
No. Typically, if it's 100, 100, you want it at least green on the last one.
Yeah.
And if it's 3 high greens, that's also fine.
Yeah.
Sometimes I will go white and it'll be like 60 or 50 if it's on like a less important thing. Like if it's in a like on my Neptiliuses,
I think that I got 2 babies out of that group.
Underscore Simslord said, what color is math to everyone here?
Blue.
maths.
Blue.
Yeah, blue.
No. Math
Science
is not.
red.
No. Wait, actually. What is red? Math is blue.
Red
English
had a
is
P
green.
in it.
English, no, not green. English isn't green. English is yellow.
Humanities is green for me.
English is yellow to me.
For me, yellow is LOT, language other than English.
I think the English could be red or yellow. No. Why do you say math is red? Here's what I think. I think it is whatever fucking color the folders were whenever you were in school.
Yeah, exactly.
That's all it is.
Science is green, math is red, and English is blue, history is yellow.
Science is green, math is red, English is blue, history is yellow. I can see your logic. I think the reason that I'm a little bit more open to that is because I've moved around a lot growing up. So different colors were different things. It changed. So I could see it as being either one.
I've had. They're all black because everything was in a black binder. There we go.
Goob.
I am Goob. Goobaston.
What the
What?
fuck
Oh, the
is
server
that
restarted.
time? Damn it. Just I would say geography was green, actually.
Geography would be tied into humanities, and English and humanities was the subject. Yeah.
We had the base ones were science, English, math, history. Then there was gym. Or health. Okay. Stretch. But first, I need to find out some important information. Hold on, let me look up this important information. Okay, all right, just making sure his ass took a shower today. That's all.
You took a shower?
Sims,
Oh my god.
18%.
Oh my god, he's not stink.
Oh my god. Okay, so guys, listen. I didn't realize that until earlier when I went to go lay down to take a nap. That weird debut on your mom was in 1, 2, 3, 5 days. 5 days. I'm so excited. And also, mine and Tristan's anniversary is in 5 days, and I didn't get him squat. I'm sorry, babe. I didn't get you nothing. Do you want me to get you a present?
No, it's okay. It's okay.
Did you get me something?
No,
Okay.
it's okay. We haven't been out to get anything.
Yeah, we hadn't gone anywhere. We've been together this whole time. We've been playing Pal World.
I'll get you a kebab.
No!
I know what we're doing though.
What?
At some point.
Oh? Is it pancakes?
Ideally, I would. Yeah. I'd like to take your pancake.
I want to get pancakes so bad.
I wanna be a pancake eater so freaking bad.
I would love that. That'd be like the best date ever.
Mm-hmm.
I so want.
Except we're gonna be streaming.
No! Look, we can take a break before we go streaming to get pancakes.
We can.
Is it on a Saturday? Yeah, your mom can take us. Your mom can take us to get pancakes. Oh, that would sound amazing. I don't care. She can join us. I just want the pancakes, man.
Yeah, sounds wonderful. Genuinely sounds wonderful.
This pancake, you have no idea, guys. You have no idea. You guys should look up the pancake parlor. That shit is so good.
Yeah, that's. We're all over it.
To be fair, I just get like the normal pancake. There's lots of different things you can get from there. And they also have potato pancakes for like a savory dinner style pancake, which is weird to me, but you know, whatever. I like the normal pancake is literally just a short stack. Get me a fucking short stack. I'm happy as a clam, and those pancakes are fucking fire. And you know what I'm getting this time with it? A chai latte.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not swapping out nothing for it.
Is pancake parlor like
No.
nodding?
No. And Tristan's had IPOP, so he knows. It's better. The pancakes are actually fucking delicious. It's kind of like IHOP in the style, like in the way that they have.
It's like a sit down.
It's a sit down. You can sit down. You can have pancakes and stuff like that. But it's like it's not. Taste wise, it's not even close. The taste is incredible. Also, Tristan serves back up.
Yeah, I know. I was in before you.
Oh, I don't fucking know.
I know that.
Shut up, bitch. You're so mean, you know that?
I am the
You see how he treats me? You see how he treats me?
Medusa, where the fuck do you keep going? No, Medusa, Venusa.
You should just rename her Medusa, then you won't be wrong. What's that?
First I need to get
Oh, I knew there was another one.
Yep. Medusa. Please refresh where the fuck you are. She had vanished.
Did she?
Yeah.
Is your base haunted?
I don't think so. I think she went to get food and then missed and then like fell through the world.
Went to go get food and missed.
Walk this walk, walk this walk. What the hell? What do you got there?
Down.
Do you want to do the towers?
Give me a minute. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Shit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. I'm at 17 babies.
17 red babies.
Three more. And I gotta go do the scorpions too. I don't remember how many I need to do. I think I needed exactly 24, but it could be wrong. It could be 20. Nope. Nope.
I've got.
Oh my god, there's no cake in there.
Yeah, so I have. How many do all of these have? 6, 12, 18. Okay, so I have 20 of the traits I want, but I'm wanting better babies. Better, like I've got 20 with the passives I'm wanting.
Okay.
I just don't have the IVs. They need to make, they need to fuck better.
Yeah.
Make better babies.
Basically, I want to get. I'm gonna have a party with Johnny and Green and Ryuma. No, maybe not. Maybe Johnny and Ryuma, and then the rest of the party. Or maybe I'll just roll Johnny. Johnny, and then the rest of the party just under order.
Oh yeah.
Basically, just try and get the levels.
Get some leaders.
No, I don't have a gun. No, I don't have a gun. Is it exactly 24 that I'm missing? It is. So I actually have 4 minus 9 equals what?
Rid of you. I actually have extra. I've got 22, including my breeders. But
But, booty.
this one's getting a sex change.
You said but.
Egg tail, like.
Don't tell them. They're gonna know you're a pervert.
Hey guys, I'm a pervert.
And I?
Nani?
Nani? This cannot be comfortable for you, cool guy. Lucy, you don't have to tell us, we know.
We know, Lucy. Promise me heaven, put me to hell.
Let's see.
Okay. Computers.
Do I instead just not Johnny? Maybe not Johnny. He's not as consistent as Ryuma. Ryuma is 4 stars. And I think he's also 10 French, 10 trust. I need more trust with Johnny before I start taking him to war. So yeah, we could do the towers. Let me swap out the Umber Order. Oh god. They only have 2, huh? Whatever. Tips, put the nails on your fingertips. Okay, it looks like I've been doing pretty good about keeping everybody's level consistent, except for the most recent ones. Those two are like level 48. Just ignore them, they're fine.
Okay.
What is 24 minus 9, babe?
24 minus 9 is 15.
Okay, I need 15 more scorpion eggs.
Okay, I'm gonna get started on the stream. Take care, iPhone Twiston. You take care too.
Love you,
Hika.
have a good
Love you,
time.
Hika. Love you, Hika. Have good stream.
5, 6, 7,
Have fun. Most
8,
important.
9, 10.
I need a lot of. Actually, I can actually give an exact number. I need 11 plus 30, 41.
And you're children, you give love a bad name. I was with my dog, and you play your game. You give love. Alright, Gemini. That's Celine's trust increased to 9. Nice, nice. What's Riem is at? 10. Sweet, okay. Gemini doesn't need to be in this, so I'll just put Gemini in here, I guess. I can grab another doula from back here.
Don't mind me having a stroke.
Not for one with me. Okay. I'm gonna go kill a. I can bring all 4 with me, actually.
Ooh. I am disgusting.
Oh, I wanna go back. I wanna go back. I wanna go back. It's nighttime. It's perfect time. It's perfect time to get everybody fucking level. Come on, come on, come on. Celine, stop. Stop being weird. Come on. We got shit to do.
Just like your cat. Tell her to stop being weird.
Okay, I realize I can swap out Celine currently for this. Let me see. Now we can get 4 of the Umbral Order leveled up at once. You see?
My love?
Yeah. No! No! I have to run. I have to run really fast. It's nighttime. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. It's the Lylene Noct. It's going to despawn. There it is. Okay, thank God. Okay, so we have a Predator sits here. We have a Lylene Noct, and we have a Lylene. We are fucking going to town, dude. What did you just kill? What did you hit? Nobody even knows what you just fucking hit, bitch. Get that picture of your teeth. Come on, come on. Hold. We're gonna hit multiple targets. Come on. Come on. Okay. Eileen defeated. Let's fucking go. Okay. Yeah. Come on. We're not needing to fight Lulu. Nick, fuck her up. Fuck her up. Not only battle. Come on. Kill Lulu. She's gonna kill me first. You get her? Cool. Alright, and now, one more. We have a Predator sits here. Fucking love this base, dude. Dude! Oh my lord, I forgot that the Sitsier is really fucking strong. Like, usually. There you go. There you go. 4 giant power souls from the Predator. Every single time that the Predator comes through, I get 4 giant power souls.
Nice.
Yeah, I just leveled up 4 of my. Oh man, I didn't even have the XP bell on, and my 4 Setseers. Meteorite descent.
That's really good.
They're level 63. Okay, hold on. I gotta get Bobette. Bobette.
Stop it.
Shut up. You're such a bitch. It's funny. It's funny. You're a funny bitch, but fuck you. You're just like, stop it. You're such a dick.
Done nothing wrong.
No, you haven't done nothing wrong. You're good. I got my ring on. Cool. Just want my character on, so I kill it. Oh my god. Is it up there? I don't even fucking know because I don't have a fucking flyer. I'm just fucking zooming around the ground. Okay. Definitely thought I was gonna be on the beach. That's why I was down here. It's not on the beach. What happens when I don't fucking fly? Holy no! Wow, it's holy burst, but I don't know. Please. No, get in the ball. No, get in the ball. No, get in the ball. In the ball. Get in the ball. Okay, he's mine and mine, Foreman. God damn it. We do keep trying. Eventually we'll get remarkable craftsmanship. It'll be a fucking delight. But till then, we're gonna have lots of Selines to compress. That's so pretty. Anyways. Wee. Oh. Nope, nope. Don't do it. Don't do it. It's completely unnecessary. Okay. Okay. So is it, are we going to boss time? Wait, hold on. I guess not boss time. I gotta actually do the fucking quest, don't I? My current quest says, find night for a drink.
Yeah. I'm up to like doing the towel.
Oh, are you? Okay, well,
Yeah,
let me
it's
catch
very
you.
quick.
Let me catch you.
I think it's literally just get the katana and then.
Oh, I forgot that was behind my house. Shit. They moved it. Over here. Watch my back. No, does not look eager to help with logging. Bitch,
I can
get
get
your
the,
shit
the
together.
note after that.
Oh, it's this guy right here. I have to talk to him. Okay, you're welcome. Oh, I have to defeat the moonflowers. Eva has a problem. He's addicted to wood.
Thank you everyone for hanging out today.
Yeah.
Jamming, vibing, eating. Eating Kaiben? I don't fucking know. Trying to rhyme. But it-
Heal out. There you go. They're done. Except for that one. I still love them.
You got flamethrowers? That doesn't matter. You just need those.
Yeah, let's
three.
get back. Oh my god, thank you for I'm gonna predict this conversation because I forgot what it was. Oh my god, I can't believe you found my katana so quickly. Thank you so much. You know, you seem like a fine fella because, you know, gender neutral. You seem like a fine fella. You know, I think that you should meet Saya. She works way too hard and she needs to be taken down a peg, and I think you're the one to do it. Let's find out if I'm right. I am indebted to you, most noble pal tamer. As you can see, gender neutral fella. You appear to have crossed swords with the moonflowers. Well, yes. Who do you think took your sword, Dingus? In that case, I'd yet another favor of one with skills such as yours, noble pal tamer fella. See, gender neutral. A short ways southwest of here, you'll find a dancing sakura shrine. I would have you head there and search for signs of a kind of letterbox. I fear I cannot give more details than that. I'll be just as satisfied if you've been unable to find anything. I hope you aid me in the search. Yeah, I'm gonna go find that letterbox that may or may not exist. Sure. If I go there and I don't find a letterbox, though, I could just lie and say I went and there was nothing. You know? Oh,
They will
there,
know.
yeah.
Your conscience won't let you.
Yeah. So I'm gonna go find this letterbox, and it's gonna be like, I hate my job. He's gonna be like, oh my gosh. See, I knew she hated her job. You should help her get out of having to do her job. With some difficulty, you manage to extract the box, and you find a letter penned in immaculate handwriting within. I don't get to read it though. Oh wait, and when did this land become ours to protect? And how long will we be bound to it? It's ordained by a code handed down within the Kurosaki clan since time immemorial. An edict that I simply cannot be cast aside. But if the day would ever come when I can cast aside that yoke, then I would be free of the stagnant custodial duty such a irresponsible desire to yearn for it so. Okay, long story short, she hates her job.
Long story short, she hates her job. The only way she gets fired is if you beat the shit out of her.
Yep. Yeah.
It really is. I hate my job.
You've returned. Ah, another letter. So it is true. My lady grieves the stagnation such as I do. My apologies, allow me to explain. I was once a Jonah of the Moonflower that served as personal attendant to Lady Saya Kurosaki. She is the one who penned this letter. What the fuck is going on, Celis, dear? Get your shit together. I guess you are. Never mind, you're killing everything.
Putting all his ducks in a row.
She is the one who penned this letter. At one point, I had voiced my concerns regarding the unchanging nature of this land we were sworn to protect. I had a feeling she hated her job. You know what you should do? Kick her ass. I'm just summarizing it, okay?
Paraphrasing.
Paraphrasing. Should kick her ass. It's not wrong. It's just also not technically right either. Hey, what's going on in here? Oh my god! I walked in here for 2 seconds and got hit with an apocalypse. face. Oh, this is mine now. You can't have it. It's mine. I found that Memorized curry. It's mine now.
If you go in the white doors just outside of them, you get the end chest.
Oh.
And
Which
there's
where is it?
right outside of where you were in the white doors. Just there.
Which white doors? There's so many.
Any of them.
Oh, okay. So this is where I need to
And
go.
then we go to this one.
I need to figure out where the peach is.
Here's the end chest. And guess where the prisoner rests?
This is good. This is good information to know. Oh my god! I got a legendary treasure map. Is he in here?
Nice. Yep, they keep him in the closet.
Oh, I love that. Oh my god, you poor baby. I will rescue you. Thank you. I'm gonna give this peach, this purple peach,
There's
to.
a shed out back with a chest in it, which I grabbed. In the fields, in like the back corner, there is a chest.
Where?
And I think in one of the bathrooms, I think you got the chest. Yeah, in this back corner just here. Right now.
And hold on, where are you at?
That's fine.
I'm lost. I'm already lost. I don't know how I got in here.
The farm.
There's a farm.
Yeah, it's the farm.
Outside?
No, behind you. Outside.
Oh.
Hello? There's a farm. And over here is a chest in the corner.
Good to know. Good to know.
You got the chest in this room. There's a toilet in here with a guy sitting on it that usually dies to the wall.
Yeah.
In the kitchen there's a chest out against the back wall. I don't know if there's any secret walls in this one. There's been secret walls in some of the other ones. Grab this chest. It's just here.
Yeah.
So yeah.
He's telling me about these because these places suck. I hate these so much.
You got the chest here.
Because they're very compact.
They are.
They're so hard to navigate. And there's so many doors. I can't say anything.
in
My
this
house is 90% doors too.
This one's a simpler one to navigate. And this one, there's a chest like right here by the bookshelves.
Okay.
You got that one, I think. Maybe I did. And then the other chest is just off here, next to that chest upstairs.
Yep.
Booshi, fucking move your ass, dude. This is just a chest, okay.
Yeah.
Froggy chair.
And I think that's it. Yeah, that's all the chests in here. There might be a hidden wall somewhere you can break, and there might be something else. I don't know, but like, is this a hidden wall? I know in the bigger mansion there's a couple of hidden walls.
Let's
That
go
hit
to
with-
war.
Two wars.
Let's defeat Saya.
Warg. I think we're a bit over leveled.
Nah, I don't know. This is gonna be really tough. I guess I'll pull out my 4-starred, 10 trust, 3 legendary passives. Ryuma. I hope I'll be able to take her down.
When we do the hard mode towers, that'll actually be pretty tough to do.
Yeah, true.
She looks hot. Well.
She does look hot, I agree. She has really pretty hair.
She does. I'm gonna say that.
Oh my lord, that is she's not wearing any panties.
I mean, she's maybe being very accurate about it.
Oh, I didn't even make my bow yet. I'm using the new.
Oh, the bar will be the cheapest to complete the
Oh, okay.
with all the weapon and
Weapon. Okay. That's
armor. Eat my gun.
I didn't kill her. I gave her mercy.
Mercy head as well.
Key
was
sphere of
Bushi.
lust.
I was on my mount and I had mercy on, so it was Bushi that killed her.
Bougie. Guess. Oh, I was getting ready to jump in the water.
You could take her. I mean, in a different sense. I think that's what you're talking about.
Unfortunately, pervert. Fucking degenerate.
Degenerate X. So that we should be able to get the last extra weapon slot now.
I kicked her ass.
We kicked her in the behind. Yep, extra weapon holster 2 now. Crazy. That's it. Okay. And the next one is the favorite tower.
Yep. We're gonna have to navigate those lands.
Hello, 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 hello. I'm just skipping the dialogue.
That's fine. I did the same thing. Summed it up. Oh, thank you so much for kicking her ass.
She's so happy now that she's unemployed.
Where the fuck is my house?
Northwest.
I have shit. There we go. I was like, look, oh, this would be a great way to get some trust up with my pals. Let me just carry 4 of the Umbral Order and then Ryuma. That's it. That's my party. I just want them to love me.
I should probably do the same thing.
Yeah, but I need a flyer.
I've only got one good stat in Neptilius.
Do you really?
Outside of the breeders. The breeders are slowly getting.
Do you need the is it because of the fruits? You need fruits?
I've been getting some fruits.
We can do the Moon Lord.
We could do the Moon Lord, yeah.
Let's do that because we need some fruits anyways.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna need to save some fruits for the Blazements. Because I've only got 1 Blazement right now. He still needs some attack fruits. But gotta put these away.
Oh, Mum's awake.
I also need to go. Is it morning?
Is it what? Morning? Here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
These was weird. That might be good on the Scorpion.
To be fair, we streamed 18 hours and then you didn't sleep because you couldn't.
Yeah. Then we started streaming, I think, at like 5 p.m. Okay, yeah, there's a lot I gotta do. I feel like I've done nothing today. It says I've been streaming for 11.5 hours. What the fuck have I done?
Slept.
I slept for 2 hours.
Before then, it was, yeah, you were streaming for about 5 hours when you slept. And then it's just been getting distracted. Or hyperfixating on random things. Reading mostly, I'd say.
Okay, I'm gonna sort these. See if I got any babies, because I really did not check that time. No, 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 no. No, no. Oh, no. 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 Already my baby. No. No new babies that time.
Yeah. Look, I've gotten I've got good parents in right now. They're not 100, 100, 100, but they're the lowest.
You seen the
From
size model now? Yeah, she's cute. Wait, what do you mean her model? Like, you just like look up pictures of her or something? Huh?
Yeah, I'm probably looking up the pictures of her online.
Are you looking up Rule 34 shit?
Probably. I did. That came through just on our end after Ico said, you're looking through Rule 34 shit, so confirmed. I've got enough purple kinship fruits to get to 1 Pelta max, and
Babe, why is this struggle? Come here.
Rule 34 is banned in the UK? Oh yeah, the UK went through a bunch of like bans and so on.
Why is this not going in?
Not going in at all? No, I don't know.
Doesn't it look like it needs to be pushed in more?
It does, but it doesn't need to be pushed anymore, but it does look like it just needs to be.
Okay.
It's just that cable. And this is also why it's so prone to bending.
Yeah.
Micro USB is terrible USB. I know.
Alright, I'm gonna
So,
go.
yesterday I'm a new laundry hamper and toiletry caddy can. Oh, nice.
She's a very hot character. What are the rules?
Rule 34 banned in the UK.
Now I wondered if you don't actually know what Rule 34 is.
Do you know what all the rules of the internet are?
I went through and I watched a video about 100 rules of the, apparently there's more, and there are a lot of people who wanted the 100th or whatever.
A lot of them just keep getting added to just be like...
Most of them are stupid.
There's a fair amount that are literally just meme rules. Or like throwbacks to an old Reddit page. Oh yes, your bow.
Rule 34 is anything that exists has porn made of it.
If it exists, it has porn made of it.
If it doesn't
Rule
have
35.
if it doesn't have porn made of it, it will have porn made of it.
Yes, yeah, I think that's Rule 35. In fact, I think that like from Rule 30 to like 37 is all talking about porn. Porn related stuff with the internet. Nikki is pure, yeah.
God damn it.
You sure Nikki is pure? Then they said they do know. Nikki
Oh, it says I do know. No, I do know. Okay, I misread. I misunderstood. I misunderstood. I read it wrong. I read it. You said no, I do know, and for some reason my brain read it as no, I do not.
I can see how that can happen. Pretty logical thing. I had that happen a couple of times already today.
I just can't read. It's because of my second grade reading level. I don't know simple words like no and I and do and not. Jesus.
As long as you know the word no, that is all you need. Because if they say no, they do not consent.
Never heard that word in my life.
Consent? No?
What word? Not on, but backwards. Nobody would ever say no to me.
Nobody expects Hispanic things to do.
Why are you just vibing here? Are you good, fam? Why are you floating? Also, where's your brother?
You are even awful now to get out.
Your brother in the floor. Oh, yep, there he is. I found him. Hold on. Where was he? I saw him a second ago. No. He's out of the floor now, maybe? Yeah, there he is. He's out of the floor now. I observed him and he's like, no, no, I swear I'm working. One electric doggo. I feel like there may be a missing electric doggo.
Oh, Venus.
Oh, yep.
Mortality Vampiric Swift. Okay.
Both
cool.
of them were under the ground and now they're not. Now they're working hard. 'Cause you thought I didn't see you, huh? Thought I didn't see you hiding under the floor so you could avoid work. Okay. Now I have to go sell the stuff to Gay. And what is in my inventory?
I hide in the ceiling when I want to avoid work and I just watch or want to watch my stream. I can understand them.
Oh my god, I love that. I just hide in the ceiling.
Just a ceiling rat. Just be like, I don't want to work. Watch stream.
Here's some lady downstairs. What's taking so long? Is everything okay? Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Yeah, it's just taking a minute.
Yeah,
Sorry.
it's some cable management right now.
Cable management, yeah. Ooh, really
We
tough
just
up here. You've got some really tough walls. Well, you should be really proud of your good infrastructure shit.
The other option is just start talking about just random like complicated terms that the common person wouldn't understand if they don't do your job.
Yeah, so the flux capacitor here in the needs about a gigawatt of power. So we're
Yep.
gonna need to, you know,
Yep.
slide it
Yep.
in the with the forceps and the elemental P.
The elemental P?
Yes,
No,
element
the elemental P.
element of surprise.
I love you. My wife is magical.
I'm nothing to anybody else but you, babe.
You are everything to everyone. And if you're
Wow.
not everything to everyone,
That's a lot of pressure. I don't know if I like that. Way the pressure.
get pressure, peer pressure. Into being a bean.
No.
I
Sorry.
speak in Japanese, but cutely. And only end in your sentences. You guys hear there's the new ABC song? I did hear there's a new ABC song.
Oh,
but I
it
think-
sounds terrible. Yeah, I've heard it. It's awful.
I'm pretty sure I've heard it and I just wiped it from my mind because of how bad it was. Oh, bye-bye Snock. Rip to that Snock, my love.
What? What happened to
That sounds
Snot?
Snock.
At the base? At my base? Oh wait, no, those are slow watts. What's? Oh, I haven't even seen a Snock yet.
They were chilling on top of a solarite deposit.
I see. Did you kill it?
I attacked it with Mercy Hit. There were 3 of them. For some unknown reason, I only caught 2 of them, and the ocean caught 1. One of them just got fucking launched into the ocean.
Oh my god. I love that when they're in this pool, they just put their rock body to the side and then the ghosty self gets in the pool. They're so adorable.
There it is. The Elemento P part of the alphabet song was literally the most memorable
Yeah.
um, and best part. And they got rid of
I
it.
remember very specifically, like, it's core memory shit, okay? I remember I was with my mom, and we had gone to somebody's house. I think she was getting her hair done by some lady. And I remember I was writing my ABCs, and I looked at her and I said, "How do you spell elemento?"
The summer of '69. Do you think the Skyly fans think look down and like just I mean they literally look down on, but think they're better than the Groundly fans?
I don't know. I don't know if they even know each other exists. I think it'd be like the same question about animals, you know? I think it's just like an animal thing. I don't think they think about it.
Oh no. Yeah.
Leaf fans, they're pandas. I'll show you. Hold on.
Yeah.
I'll show you. It's Maya's pal.
They're martial arts panda girls.
There it is. This bit. There's some up in the sky island, there's some on the ground. It took me a second to realize what he was saying too. I thought he was saying leaf ants.
Leaf ants.
But that, yeah.
Leaf ants. Female Kung Fu Panda, yes, and because female must be skinny, right? Because the male looking panda is just
Fat.
chunky. He's glorious. Other consumable. Rule 63 po.
What's that doing?
This one I will take it out and add to.
Oh, we were gonna get prepared for the Moon Lord, right?
Oh yeah. Yeah, Moon Lordy.
Oh, I didn't name this one yet. Ugh.
Oh lordy, his coon.
I should go ahead and give them. I'm gonna work on.
Better boss, Zoe or Saya or Lily. Well, if you look in the regions, Saya comes after both Zoe and Lily. So as a Pell trainer, she's a better boss. She's level 55. Now, if you're talking in terms of attractiveness, that's subjective.
Who would you say the most attractive pal trainer is then, babe?
She lives on the Sky Island. No, that's where her workshop is. She actually lives in Sakurajima. Aiko. Aiko, no last name.
That's true. I don't have a last name in this game. I noticed you changed your character name too. to also have no last name. Because you were Tristan Heartblossom last time, and I was just like,
Yeah, yeah. I had the match.
you're so cute. I love you so much.
I love you too.
There's some games where I'm Ico Heartblossom if it feels like the kind of game where I should have a first and last name.
Mm-hmm. This one, the Heart Blossoms claim.
So it's implied. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and spend a bunch of money.
Oh my god, she's gambling.
Nope.
No.
I am giving Serenity to those pals that didn't get it.
Oh my god. Bless the rains down in Africa. So emotional, that's my favorite part. How do we still have viewers?
Do that first.
How are you all not sick of us by now?
You saying I'm someone to get sick of? You think people should be sick of me, babe?
Oh yeah, definitely, yeah.
Why? You hate me?
Uh-huh,
You think
yeah,
I'm
yeah.
nauseating?
I
You think
you-
people should look at me and vomit?
Oh, no, I don't think people should look at you and vomit, no. I
Mean.
think, I know.
Wow.
Why would I be? I love you both. Why would we sick
I'm
of
gonna
you
kick
guys?
his ass.
You're amazing. You're all
You
amazing.
can say that now.
My ass is gonna be bruised later.
SMH my head.
Oh my god.
Okay.
I am getting rid of this fucking spear that is just awful. I spent arena tokens on your schematic, you stupid spear. I'm not saying that anyone should be sick of you. I'm saying that we are goofy goobers.
This is true.
So all of you must be goofy goobers if you're hanging out with us.
It's true.
Or awesome. Cool.
You're stretching it a bit. Okay, okay. So assuming they have Serenity and Diamond Body and Demon God, what else should I give them?
Serenity, Diamond Body, Demon God. The next best one for damage would be Musclehead.
Okay.
Muscle-headed,
Okay.
which is bought from the
Damn, I don't have that one. Give them Mercy Hit.
yeah, go with a Mercy Hit team into a raid boss while we wear Mercy Hit gear. I think we'll win.
Okay, so how much? What do I need to get? What do I need?
50 arena tokens.
Yuck. All right, I'm gonna put this away. Put these down here.
Oh yes. While I'm I really should do this. I've been meaning to do this for so long. Take one of the little disposable thingies. And now my work, the day's done. Now it's time to wait to be picked up. Oh, nice. Well, there's just a couple of small jobs.
15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. I just need 3 more. I need 3 more babies.
Well, you have the eggs, or do they have to get fucking again?
Well, I've got some eggs in here, and I just picked up some more. Let's see what I got. Okay. Nope. What about you? Nope. What about you? Nope. What about you?
No one else
Oh, you're
hungry?
good. This one's good. Okay, so we've got 1. Let's go name that one. Driver show. I'll take this one.
Really? Till you
Now
see.
you can tell everybody this is your song. Maybe quite simple, but now that it's done, and I hope you don't mind. I hope you don't mind that I put down in words. Life is now you're in the world. It's the mom. Quack, quack. While I wrote this song, people like you that keep it turned on. Forgetting, but these things are due. You see, I've forgotten if it's green or the blue. These small things are going to take.
This is 3 small things we were going to do today because I've been working for a bit without a day off, so we wanted a more relaxed day. Oh yeah, that's good.
You can tell everybody that this is your song. Maybe quite simple, but now that it's done, I hope you don't mind. I hope you don't mind that I put down in words how wonderful life is. Now you're in the world. I hope you don't mind. I hope you don't mind when I put down in words how wonderful life is. You're in the world. Babies, come in. Yeah.
The world is more, way more wonderful because you're here.
Oh, sweet. What time is it?
4:27.
Okay, just updating my timer thingy. Okay. Am I done with Scorpion? I don't think so.
Today was supposed to hit 112 degrees, and we don't want to be outside. Ooh, yeah.
Imagine being hot outside now. Can't be me.
It's hot wherever you are, honey. 'Cause you're
Oh my
there.
lord. Fucking
She knows I love her.
okay. The gayest husband
You're an
ever.
amazing couple. No, you're an amazing couple, Lucy.
Yep, did you know you're two people?
I did now.
Okay, I have my first legendary treasure map. Okay, what is it going to be?
Huh?
The fuck is that? Cold resistant Hexlite armor schematic 2. Oh, life fruit. That's nice.
Nice.
And 3 applied transporting handbooks.
Yeah, you get a lot of handbooks from them. My philosophy with relationship is just because we're married doesn't mean we shouldn't still be flirty and like we're dating and things like that. Why does all the lovey-dovey romantic stuff have to end just because you get married? For a lot of couples it does, and I don't know why. I never have known why.
I like
Why?
being silly and cute with you.
Hmm?
Get when you're silly and cute. I like grabbing your butt as you walk up the stairs. I like all that.
Be better than that. All the time.
I like all the fun stuff. Run in and run out. We're gonna get ourselves a Bristler. Time to go. Come back, Celine. Let's go.
That's funny, I think you got me done.
Never saw us coming. What kind of cooldown do you think that the towers, not towers, the buildings stuff?
I'm not sure. I saw people asking about that, and I never found the answer, but I didn't really look for the answer. I should probably do that. Cool down on enemy can't just power. Okay, so basically about the same time it takes for
108 minutes.
30, about 30 minutes.
Oh, 30 minutes. Okay.
About the same time as a
Run in! Run in! Let's fucking go! Run! Release the Doomard! Run away! We are the heroes. A rescued pal only run would be so much fucking fun. Because that's the perfect way to get to play with pals that you're not used to playing with. And then you come into like that one fucking thing I came in earlier where there's a fucking Zenovator. And you're like, the fuck? Okay. Really was in and out in under a minute? Yeah. Wait, were you talking about me? Were you talking about your job? Or egg only run? Yeah. Yeah, both of those sound awesome. That's what I'm saying. Like, we don't really see an end to Power World right now. We see, like, if we see an end, it's like, oh, we did this. We beat the game. Cool. Let's back up our save file. Let's back up our save file. And then we're going to go play something a different, like, way, you know?
Yeah, I 100% would be happy to go for like egg only or like
Rescue only, egg only, like
No
restrictions
breeding.
on things,
challenge.
XP to like the lowest.
Yeah, I think I can go to 0.1.
Yeah.
You can also like increase enemy damage. We have barely touched the world setting.
I saw somebody who did a Faybreak only video.
Yes, yeah, 100 days in February.
Yep, 100 days in Fay break, and then after 100 days, they only had 100 days to do whatever they needed to do, and then at that 100 days, they did a boss rush. Now, keep in mind, we've been in this game for way more than 100 days.
Yeah. Way, way, way more. 100
Human
days for
only is also another run, exactly.
yeah. There will be limitations on like you won't be able to beat like end game raid bosses with some of these
No, no, no,
things.
no. It'll be like just the main bosses.
Yeah, the main bosses, the towers, and maybe some of the weaker raid bosses like Balanoir Libero. Or not Libero, just regular Balanoir.
Yeah.
It won't be like do everything. It would be like achieve goal, and we'll set what the goal is at the start.
You've seen people do a raid boss with just Zoe? Wait, one
All
Zoe
the
or
normal
multi?
variants, maybe. But like the end game raid bosses, the ultra versions.
What is happening here? It's weird. Not my circus, not my monkeys.
Out of curiosity, what made you guys want to stream on 2 accounts instead of both of you on one? Well, I already had a stream account before I met Aiko. I just hadn't
I already
streamed.
had my stream account.
If we were to stream on
Sometimes
one,
I want to do games that he doesn't want to play, and sometimes he wants to do games that I don't want to play. Then we'd have to talk about like whose perspective we're going to show it from, and we couldn't like we want to show it from both perspectives. You know, it's like, oh, I want you to see what I'm doing, but also look at it from his perspective. You know, and that's another thing about like if there's one person, then you got to pick who's the priority person, who's the better person in the relationship that gets the sole focus on stream. Neither one of us should be the better person or the more sole focus. We're both great, you know. I like seeing that people who raid us will like go back and forth and raid Tristan or raid me or something like that. I love that.
I love it so much.
Every single time I see Tristan get a raid, it pleases me to no end. I cannot even tell you how happy it
You
makes
get a
me.
raid, makes me so happy.
I like seeing you succeed, and I like seeing me succeed, and I like seeing us succeed. And it's like,
It also as well. Like another thing is I don't know why I said like so many ways to friggin' continue the sentence. We did discuss the like if we wanted to make a new channel and it'd be like the main channel and then we have our separate channels each. And we didn't want to do that. We just chose
we
to
had
leave it.
instead, it's kind of like that's what our YouTube channel is.
Yeah,
Our
YouTube-
YouTube channel is an our channel. It's not his channel, it's not my channel, it's our channel. So like originally it was mine, and then we'll post things from both of our perspectives. Wait.
Yeah. It does mean we are like sort of competing against each other in the algorithm for streaming on Twitch if we're streaming the same game in the same tag, like again in the same category.
It's fine.
But who cares about that? Who cares about that? We just
And get this. With it being both of us or whatever, you have access to more emotes.
mm-hmm. Oh, is that not an alpha?
Poor Doug is crying.
That's not an alpha. That's the breed of
North. Straight north.
It's not an alpha. Made it 2 stars. Well, at least I stopped at 2 stars. You can replace the male as a breeder. I don't need alpha as a breeder. Millie's internet's finally working again. Nice.
That's
nice.
amazing. I'm
Was
glad.
this after the fire, or was it she's been having internet issues for ages, right?
I talked about her last night.
We were. We were.
Mostly because I was kind of curious about the state of the internet, because it's like
She's been out for ages.
basically there's Melbourne, and then she lives on one side and we live on the other. You know, Melbourne's like in the middle. You know, and then so I was wondering. I was like, what is the internet like in that particular area? Because like I was like, hers seems to be down a lot, but ours is like really good.
We're roughly the same distance time-wise on, like, if we were to drive to the city. So actually, yeah, you asked me
Like, yeah, what the difference was, because I couldn't figure out why, like, if we're the same distance from the city, why
yeah.
why our internet would be great and hers wouldn't be great.
Yeah, it's mostly just an infrastructure thing. I believe where Millie's is categorized as a regional or like a rural territory, a rural district. So it's
The fuck did you send me, bruh?
I'm a C.
I don't even know. I gotta fucking zoom in and read the shit.
Yes, these are better ones to read on mobile. Hang on.
Wait, hold on. No, I've seen this one. That's cool. Yeah, I've read that before. Thank goodness.
Those are always
I
a
even
lot
watched the video. Have you seen them dance together? Yeah, I believe so. I think there's a video where, cause like I think there's something that he has to do to, like, I don't know, get her to eat or something. I don't remember what it is exactly, but basically he has to do something to like he learned some kind of mating dance, I think.
That's lovely.
Yep. Yeah.
Of species polygamy. Let us know you.
I like the word polygamy. Sometimes when I read it as polygamy.
I do the same thing. I love polygamy.
Polygamy. Excuse me, Celine, what the fuck are you? Come on, let's go.
Cross species polygamy.
Polygamy.
Polygames. Is it night currently?
Yeah. Let me guess, you're in a cave when they're sleeping.
No.
I can't
Oh,
get
yeah, I was coming to your base.
no
It's like
satisfaction.
through the.
I can't get no. Oh, the lightly knocked.
Yeah.
And I tried.
Hey,
And I
darling.
tried. And I tried. And I tried. I can't get no. Can't get. I know, right?
I fell off the cliff.
What's consistency? Said the English language. Yeah. Say, can't get no satisfaction. I can't get no satisfaction. I tried, and I tried, and I tried, and I tried. I can't get no, ba-da-da. I can't get no, ba-da-da. Okay, we need one more fucking scorpion. Which I'm pretty sure there might be one already at the base. Go ahead and head back. Wait. Yay! And then I think they'll all be level 8, so I'm gonna grab some mining books while I'm back here too. Oh my god. My tummy's doing the pressure thing again.
The reason why you couldn't sleep. That thing?
Makes sense.
Yeah. Take care of yourself, my love.
It just feels like, I don't know, a weird, I don't know, it feels weird.
Do you want me to, touch your tummy to see if there's an alien gonna burst out?
If you touch my tummy, I will chop off your hand.
Should I do it, chat? No. No, I respect my wife as a human being and not as an object for content.
Seen those. Ugh. Trying to lean my chair back a little bit so there's less pressure, like with my, you know how you sit up and it's kind of like pushing pressure on your belly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I burped.
Ooh. That was like a double burp, bless you.
I have a mite fruit. Tower fruit. Sorry, my bad. Trying to see which one of my babies need it the most. Oh, there's one for the life fruit.
Life for the life god.
Less life fruits.
Mm.
Okay, attack fruit. That'd be such a waste of that. I have the little Dazzy Cloud things. There's some of those. And,
Oh yeah?
where's your, oh. One of the, almost clicked it, and I'm at a base. So it would have been a waste if I used it. Going back to this house up here. Wait, no. I came back down here so I can put scorpion books and scorpions.
Ooh. Oh, you can make guild markers. We can have 50 guild markers.
I was thinking about that. Oh, markers so like everybody in the guild can see it?
Hmm?
Okay, I wasn't sure what that meant. Do you have 2 mining books?
I have one, I think, in the base.
I burped. Jesus fuck. I think it's just indigestion. I think that is legitimately what it is.
Yeah, but it's just like weirder than any other time.
Oh, hold on. I have an Umbral order, baby, that I haven't compressed yet. Oh my. Excuse me, pardon me. Must swish. Baby for that. One more baby for that. Okay. One more scorpion baby, one more squish baby for this particular duelist knot. You guys think I'm classy?
Yes.
Don't answer for them. They can answer. Just think I'm classy. Somehow I don't feel like that means
Better think
yes,
you're
Lucy.
Better think you're classy or else they die. No.
His hands are butts about it.
You think crushed what happened?
Yeah, sure.
That's what they all
Sure.
say.
That's what they all say, yeah. Oh, no, it's okay. I get it. I get it. See how it is. I said, do you guys think I'm classy?
Mm-hmm.
Do you think I'm a classy lady?
You're a classy lassie.
Classy lady. So classy. I think I am. Aw, man. Fucking hate that shit. I come back and I think the eggs are done and they're not done because they're just fucking dirted out.
I love those.
Well, I didn't mean to open or put that egg in there, but I guess that's what we're just gonna have to wait today.
Apparently have a really good drop chance on getting legendary treasure chest maps from the Sakurajima camp right next to the tower.
Oh. So no wonder we got that then.
Yeah.
Okay.
Could be outdated information, but I was saying it's like around 50% from that one, and then the other ones also have. If you're doing it above level 60 is what it passes itself as camp. But they could have changed stuff.
I'm just not feeling great today. It's just one of those days.
It could be one of those days. It could be.
It's like all I want to do right now is go back to bed.
Sleep or just
Like,
silly.
you know how much I hate sleep, so for me to feel like that is like.
Are you feeling nauseous at all, or is it just?
Sometimes. Mostly pressure.
I wonder if it's the food poisoning finally hit from the Carl's Jr.
Right? I actually considered that. you our health is important to us. That's good.
I'm glad your health is important to us. Just like all your baseball to us.
I'm not feeling great.
You have nothing to apologize for, my love.
What baby is that? What was that, like 18, I think? Yeah. Because you're with an apostrophe R-E, U-O-R, wait, Y-O-U apostrophe R-E is you, is like, it's a contraction. It's for you are. Your is possessive.
Something you earn
Yeah.
or
Possess.
yeah. You are all so cute. You're all so cute.
Yeah, that's
Yep.
correct.
Yep. My German tanks are so fucking big, so they can't fight these in buildings.
Four, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. 2 more babies, come on.
Explains a lot. I can be possessive. No, I think you're possessed.
I love you, baby.
I love you too.
So cute. Alright, I'm gonna give who has 0 trust.
Just so a chiller and a chiller Ignis, one of the like incidents on things.
I know, aren't they adorable?
Yeah, they're like making like a heart, sort of. It's so cute. JK unless, oh my god.
Okay,
You
where
see
do
how
I place that one?
there?
Okay, the bottom one.
Oh, hey, look at the base. I'll rate it.
Your base all belong to us.
Ico Wiggle.
Wiggle, wiggle. I could hit wiggle.
Wiggle. Am I?
3.
I can.
Do you hear my trust levels?
Yeah?
3, 3, 5, 4, 4, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 4, 3, 3, 2, 1, 2, 6, 6.
Oh, monkey.
I've been working really hard.
You have. You genuinely have.
It's really hard to level trust.
Uh-huh. It's literally a massive grind of peach, like, kinship peaches and, just having them in your body. You gotta do that every raid team if you want to do ultimate raids.
Now I have to go, and I'm gonna go start putting defense souls into them, you know? Defense and attack. Should I do defense and attack, or life and defense, or all 3? What do you think I should do?
I all 3 eventually, but I think prioritize.
Maybe prioritize attack? Because they have diamond body, maybe? What?
Yeah, either attack or defense. I'll prioritize.
I mean, last time they got kind of squished. Maybe defense.
real California fusion. I'm proud of you. Not why you. Person you. Just them.
Let's see.
I'm 4 away from
Their
my
attack and
sword.
defense is all really close.
Nice.
1344 attack, 1204 defense. I was like, why does this one suck? But it's level 26, probably.
That'll do it. That'll do it.
I think I'll do attack.
Question for you, my love. Does it feel? And
The best way to describe it is about right. Does it feel wet?
No,
No? It's incoming.
it's like here.
here it just feels pressure. Appendix?
No, that is nowhere near my appendix, but I appreciate the effort.
No, not the appendix. No, it's the other side, isn't it?
That's not even the side. I was in the vent. I was in the middle. Babe, you're trying to look up something. I'm just sick, okay? It's okay. Looks like I have been a lot better about picking up souls this go around. I'm just gonna say.
Yeah, it has been. Has been lots of good. Do
Like, I have 77 large souls and 19 giant souls right now.
Nice. I haven't even gotten into the grind of it yet, as well.
Hut, hut.
I want to move the crusher upstairs just so it's close to the pal thingy. Well, I guess I could just move the pal thingy.
Hut.
Do that. Each one will take 6. 6 times 20 equals 120.
Yeah.
Come back here. See if we got any new babies. Let us get the babies that are low level. This one. This is level 46. I'll say that's low level.
46? Yeah, that is pretty low level for raid stuff.
Yeah. Ew, what were those random damp eggs I found? Whack! Alright, well, I got 2 random whacks.
Grenade.
There's so many cakes. It's nice. Like, that I don't have to worry about, like, oh, I have to be really careful with the amount of cakes that I use because blah 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 might run out. I have so many cakes. None of the duets are good. And the rest of the scorpions, I ain't worried about them. Like these guys. Yeah. Are song requests working? No, no, no. They are not. In fact, they are anti-working. They're yelling at me.
Yeah, even with everything disabled, it's just still complaining that, you know,
We got another 100. Nice. That's a 24, gross.
We keep getting fucking stun locked by something that constantly spawning.
That was a pretty decent batch.
It's a Dazzy Notch.
Come here, Paige. I will stretch.
And the Sherman off. What the fuck is this Moonflower cat?
Okay, please stop right now. I will turn it off. I'm just not in the mood for it right now. I'm not feeling great. It's not you guys, I promise. It's just I'm feeling icky right now.
The summer quest?
No, they're just eating stuff at me.
Oh.
Which is normal. It's normal behavior. I understand. Just not feeling great right now, so it's not. The perception is not that fantabulous. Six, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. I feel like we had another one somewhere. What time is it in Melbourne? It has to be getting quite late. 5 a.m.
Yeah, 5 a.m.
Serenity.
We haven't been awake for an excessive amount of time, though.
No. Okay, so everything's fine on it except for health is 77 and attack is 80.
Everything's fine on the...
It has all the right passives.
Okay. 77, 80. Yeah, that's fine to get fruit school.
Okay, cool. That means, I mean, I'm gonna stop their breeding for now. Well, no, I'm not, because I still need eggs. Because I need them to get 2 stars. Star. I might get another one that is 100, you know. This one's good. Anybody not at 4 stars? Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20.
Are you impressed by a 12-hour stream?
Yesterday we went for 18 hours, Sims.
Yeah. The day before that was, I think, 12, and then, like... I mean, streaming from, like, 12, 15 hours lately. Average.
Yeah. I don't know if you know. No, it was nearly 18. It was 17 in like 54 minutes or some shit.
I think you rated out at like 56 minutes.
Jesus fucking
Bless
Christ.
you.
I don't know if you've noticed this, but this game is fucking great, and we're loving it, and we're having a fucking blast, and so we don't really want to stop playing, so if we're awake, we're playing the game.
And for playing the
Except
game,
earlier, like, if Tristan's asleep, sometimes I'll wait for him. But I'll wait until I don't have anything else to do.
yeah,
And so, like, this morning I woke up, I tried to get some,
it's
I
always
did a
fun.
little something, because I couldn't sleep. I made a new BRB screen. I think I made a post on Twitter. I chatted with Panic for a bit on her stream. I watched a YouTube video. I went downstairs and I held both cats. In fact, one of them normally does not let me around him, but not only did he let me pick him up and hold him, and he not fight to get away, he actually sat there for a long, long time and let me pet him. I now know that that cat's armpit hair is so long I can get it stick straight up like a mohawk. It is hilarious. I'm like, that cat doesn't want me to touch him. He's very like.
Hey, what did I walk into?
We're talking about cats. I'm talking about cats, I swear.
Mohawk armpit hair cat.
His hair's so funny. He's got very soft hair. Did the music stop? Did
It
5
did.
come here and the music was like, okay, I'm done. It's a 51-hour music video. Like, no. No, it's not stopped. This is continuing. It's just a song that apparently doesn't start until a minute in. Come on, Pink Floyd, get your shit together.
Oh, I could have just broken. Look at this all 5. I'm gonna go with that one.
You made my Spotify camera shy. Sure. I just am so sorry. Don't look at me. Don't look at me. I'm embarrassed. I'm so sorry. Oh, let me learn this.
Tolkien's overrated.
Hi.
Hello. I am one of the goobers.
Do I one of the goober? Am I one of the goobers?
I think so. I think you're the goober.
Oh, you're definitely the goober.
No, you're the
No,
goober.
no, no, no. Okay, I'm sorry. I was like trying to look at these. I was gonna stop them breeding, but then I was like, shit, I still need to get them to 4 stars. So I'm keeping an eye out. I'm not sold on that one that's gonna make me level it up like twice.
Hey, it is playing. It's very quiet. Very, very quiet.
Yeah. It just got louder.
Finally.
I know, that's what I said. Pink Floyd, get your shit together. It's very quiet.
Quiet.
Ugh, indigestion is killing me today.
If you're wanting to end soon, we can.
I want to fucking breed duelists.
I know. I know. I know you just want to keep breeding duelists, and I know you just want to keep playing game.
Basically, do you know what I want to do? I want to play this in a non-stream way. Basically, the way I want to play this is I want to have these eggs here and like sit like this so I can see the time, and then like lay on the bed and watch a YouTube video while I watch the time.
We could do that. Like, literally just stream off as if we're just sleeping and leaving the server on.
Yeah.
And
Shut up, 5. But the thing is I like seeing people come in. It's nice. Like 5 is
it's
here.
nice seeing people.
I don't want to stop because 5 is here now. You know. He is stinky, but we love all of our stinky friends. You saw how stinky Sims was earlier. No, Sims wasn't that stinky. You saw how stinky Lucy was earlier. Oh wait, I think it was me that was the stinkiest.
You were the stinkiest.
That's right, I was
yeah.
the stinkiest. My bad.
I was 10%.
I have to
right.
check. I have to check 5. Let me check. He might be the stinkier than me. Oh, only 39% stinky. He's not. He's not stinky. He's not stinky. I'm 93%
But
stinky today.
what I mean is like we end the stream, we watch YouTube, like the video about
Yeah,
the
we should watch the 12 by 12 room, a room full of pieces. I'm so sorry.
yeah. We
This
should watch
is why
that,
we
and
don't.
then, like as we go to bed, we haven't watched it before, mate.
That's true because we've just been streaming.
And you've been not feeling well, so it might be good to just take it easy.
Yeah. Would you guys be upset if we like?
She was 94, I was 84%.
I might have been 93. He's lowering me a percent. He's trying to make me slightly less stinky. 1% less stinky.
Means you don't need a shower.
Yeah. I'm trying to figure like.
Yeah, none of you would be upset if we jump off for today.
I will be progressing in my breeding situation. But it's just gonna be leveling them. It's just gonna be breeding and then trying to get them to 4 stars and then leveling them and then trying to get their trust up, which is just tedious, you know. I promise I won't do any Blazema Ryu raids.
We won't do any raids. The
I'm not promising not to do Moonlord. I'm not promising not to do Moonlord, but you guys saw a bunch of Moonlord raids yesterday.
to be fair,
And
we'll
it's
probably
really,
just,
that was really easy. Yeah.
we might-
See, now I definitely can't go. Hi, Screamy, welcome in. Thanks for the raid.
Oh, yay! Welcome to hello!
See, I can't even say anything. Like, I was getting ready to be like, wait. Oh, double raid. Diane, how you doing? I see you. Hi, Zad. How you doing? DD raid. Nice. How you doing, Dan? How you doing, Zaddy? Oh my gosh. A double raid. That's amazing. Were you guys playing together, or am I just like losing it? Was it just like really good time?
Friend.
Oh, friends. Popping off, but I bring friends because of Zadman. Thank you, Zaddy. I appreciate you advertising for us. And thank you, Screamy, for the raid. Welcome in.
Yeah, thank you very much for the
I am
raid.
Aiko Heartblossom. This is my husband, Tristan Heartblossom. In 5 days, actually, I can say now officially, since I didn't even realize how many days away it was. In 5 days, we are having a double debut of our brand new VTuber models. So if you guys want to be there for that, please leave a follow, and we will have that. And it is going to be followed up with a week-long subathon, at which point currently have no fucking rules, it seems. Because we don't know what the fuck we're doing. At first it was going to be like, oh, we're going to have a very structured schedule and we're going to have capped at 12 hours a day and blah, 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 blah. Now, you know what? We're just going to probably do a lot more of this and probably interject occasionally with some like Gartic phone, or maybe we'll do some Jackbox, you know, intermittently, you know. Thank you so much for the follow.
Thank you for the follow.
So yeah, that'll be really fun. But I think we are probably, I think because of our current like super Power World addiction, we're not going to rule out playing a lot of this during the subathon.
There
Because
probably will be a bunch of this. We might set up some like...
we'll add some more stuff to it, but it's definitely, this is, I cannot stop this for a week. There's no way. I'm addicted.
There's no way.
I'm addicted.
We could add some sort of like
Timers or something and be like,
timers.
we'll also have the, yeah, we'll also have like the subathon thing too. So like whenever, like we'll have to stop to do like subathon things and specific. We've got oh, hold on, let me see. I got a graphic that I made. Let me see. Let me pull it up.
I just keep running around in circles. Oh wow, I got ammo for the gun I've been using. Is that ammo that's...
Look, you like this schedule that I made? This is what's on Twitter. Are we awake? If yes, we're streaming Power. That's not what I'm going to show you. Let me see.
That has been our schedule for literally since Power World 1.0 dropped.
Yep. It's fucking been amazing. currently
Week
looking
long
for.
stream. Well, it's a subathon, so that depends on subs.
It's true. If you guys keep giving us money, we'll keep streaming. I'm gonna lie to you.
Yeah.
I'm not even feeling great right now. If you guys donated like $20, I'd keep going.
Don't, please don't. We like, she needs the rest. We'll keep going for a bit longer because friendly raiders here.
Yeah, I can't leave the Raiders. I'm currently looking for this thing.
We were talking about wrapping up
Infographic.
soon.
Roma? Where did I put it? I have so many tabs. This is ridiculous.
Thanks, sir.
Oh,
That's
there you go. It's under the folder 2026 debut things, probably.
Probably, yeah. Yes, Lucy has definitely been knowing about our stream schedule of If Awake streams.
Yeah, he's been here constantly, which is great. So this is what we got going on. Okay, Heart Blossom Subathon, model debut plus 1 year wedding anniversary. Okay. This is why I cover your face. Cover, you don't even need to be here. Okay. Unlocked. These are our new model profiles. Unlocked August 1st. Chat writes social media posts within TOS. Chat chooses PFP for a week. The newlywed game. See, that's something we could interject with, the newlywed game. Or community vote night. Karaoke stream. Maybe that will be something we do maybe for a few hours one night. I don't know.
Yeah.
Chat plans our next day activity. That's going to be IRL. We'll take pictures, stuff like that. Community chooses co-op game within budget reason, and we could potentially stream that, during or whatever. Commission artists to recreate cheesy couple pose as VTubers, which I fucking love that idea. Couples Chaos Wheel stream. We do have a Chaos Wheel that I do believe we finished making.
I think
I'll have to take a look at it. Okay, chat designs a tits regime. Chat adds a new sound alert. Chat chooses games we must finish. Because I don't know if you guys know this, we are notorious for starting games and not finishing them. Heart Blossom dating sim night. Aiko and Tristan swap streams. In that one, I take his face, he takes mine. And then Aiko and Tristan do 100 squats, which is annoying. Then we have some stretch goals where it's like community chooses model add-on, community chooses future outfit theme, special cover song, and a 24-hour stream. Gift the rewards, you can spin the wheel and get 10 subs. If you do 10 subs, you can get your name on the model. 20 subs, custom Discord role. 50 subs, a custom tits asset that only you have access to. And top gifter gets an emote commission. And then this is what the timer adds and everything. Now, it does say 12 hours daily cap down here because, well, that's the idea.
12 hours have been our shorter streams lately.
Yeah, so we don't really know how that's gonna go. We're just gonna go with vibes. We're gonna add, I don't know how we're gonna do that.
Could add Power World related stuff to like the spinner maybe? I don't know.
Maybe, but that only really works if we're playing Power World at the time, which probably will be. Hold on, let me check this. Let me check this spinner. Let me see. Spin wheel. Spin the wheel. Oh, I can't show you guys the wheel now because that's right. I used the center, the picture of our models. I think in the center. Oh no, I can. Uwu voice for 5 minutes. Add nya to the end of sentences for 5 minutes. Only ask questions for 5 minutes. Every sentence must start with fun fact for 5 minutes. And every sentence with probably for 5 minutes. Game, no jumping. Oh, in your game, no jumping. In your game, no sprinting.
Oh my god. Would jumping also include flying?
Probably.
Compliment
chat every 5 minutes. Or every minute for 5 minutes. Tell an embarrassing but harmless story. Fake infomercial for random inventory item. Game, Aiko becomes Tristan's GPS for 5 minutes. See, I actually think these sound way better now. Because, like, before it was like, yeah, for Power World, this sounds fantastic. When we made these, we didn't have anything.
The generic games we had planned.
finish each other's sentences for 5 minutes, speak with a fake accent for 5 minutes, sing instead of talking for 2 minutes, compliment the next 5 things you see, draw chat emote with your mouse for 60 seconds. Lucky is that that's one that we spin and we just get to get away with it. Tristan drinks Pilk one time only.
If I like it, I'll drink it in my own time more, but
Change mouse DPI for 10 minutes, which is horrible for me. However, I use a controller, so that's not really going to affect me.
no.
Both do 10 squats. Oh, those are the spin the wheel things. But yeah, those are fun.
Some of these we can like easily swap in and out with other things if we come up with ideas during the subathon. But like these are the. Is that all of them?
Yeah. I think here's what we're going to do, okay?
Hmm?
I say if the time allows, if time is still going up and everything like that, we'll just play Power World for as long as we want. Right? Okay, so here's how we'll do it. Okay, hold on. Let me see. I'm gonna text thing and see if we can.
Power no cap.
Okay. Well, there's gotta be a way. Okay, so hold on. Let's see if we can figure this out. Words. Okay. So we've got words on screen. This is how we see it. Okay. I want to make sure things can be seen here while I am. Background. Yeah, sweet. Okay. So let's say we are playing. We add 6 hours is our normal stream time. So we start the stream. It is 6 hours, right? And we will add time plus extra time. Okay? And that can go up to fucking whatever. Whatever. And as long as we are streaming, as long as streaming, time goes down. Okay? Once we end stream, if time is on clock, have to stream minimum of 12 hours.
Okay.
Okay. If no time on clock, can end whenever.
Yeah.
I think that's the way we're gonna have to do it. Because that way, and then the next day, add 6 hours. Because that would be our normal stream time.
Yeah. 6 hours plus time.
So, like, we could go, if no time's on the clock, we could end at, like, 6 hours. We could end at 24 fucking hours. Whatever the fuck we want to do.
Yeah, we just treat it as like a.
We just treat it
as
like
a
an
normal-
extra. Yeah, it's just normal. We're streaming because we want to stream.
If time on clock, we have to go minimum of 12 hours.
Yeah, that way nobody's like we're not going for because I want people's time to be worth it. You know.
Will there be a cap on day? Like in day? Like
Yes.
What would the cap end up being?
No time, no more time added after day 7, which is hold on. Thing is I kind of want. I'm gonna say day 7, which is August 8th. So on August 8th can still add time, but not after midnight.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was more.
And then any time left on clock must be honored.
Yeah.
Okay. Alright, what were we saying?
Cool. So basically, if we have a bunch of leftover time when it ends,
Yeah, we'll still.
we'll just have a really long stream.
Yeah, we could do that, yeah.
Yeah. And if there's enough time, you know, and we get to the point of sleeping, we could just take shifts with the remaining time.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think that's going to be the best way we can do it and still keep like the 12-hour cap in a way. But as far as like days go, I know that there are people who have uncapped subathons.
There are,
I'm not gonna do an uncapped subathon. I think it's sickening. I don't think it's healthy. I'm not gonna sit here and say that I'm a super healthy person. You
what we're
know.
doing right now is definitely not healthy.
Actually, if you want to call, like, I feel like people who do uncapped subathons, especially like we saw, okay, I'm not going to call out the name of the VTuber or streamer because I don't remember their names or if they were a VTuber or a streamer. I saw one stream that said emergency or emergency-a-thon or something. It was like an emergency subathon because they needed emergency money, but it was on day like 263. And I'm like, I think after that point, it's not an emergency subathon anymore. And I think there's a lot of people who, when it comes to uncapped subathons, I think what that actually means is just, I think they're just calling their streams subathons. Because technically speaking, I could always call my stream a subathon. And then I could be like,
Yeah.
oh yeah, you should gift me some subs because it's a subathon. No, give me some subs if you want to give me some subs. However, if you want to gift during a subathon, there's a special event coming up. That kind of
Yeah, you know, special things happen.
yeah.
Um, I remember watching a guy who had a 1 month capped subathon. Stream would be up the entire time,
That feels a little bit more acceptable to me though.
but after a month, that's when it got capped.
Yeah.
Like you need to have a cap to it, or else it's just that's your regular streaming. There's a streamer that I know that is having a donathon that's been going for 50 something days, and it's still got like the last I saw it had like 500 hours on it.
Yeah, I mean,
You know that streamer as well.
yeah.
Yeah.
Is that Himbo?
No, it's Asami.
Is it Asami?
Asami's in a donathon that's been going on for like 50 days and still has over 500 hours.
Well, time's going up still. I know there's some people that like.
Yeah, people are actively, but like after a certain point, you get your regular viewers.
I am also
doing stuff.
I will say I am a lot more like accepting of them if they're like for charity.
Yeah, exactly.
That's a
if
little
it's
bit.
for charity, do whatever you want. Get as much money for charity.
I mean, technically speaking, it doesn't matter what the fuck I think. Do whatever you want. You know,
Yeah.
that's just my personal opinion. Like, you can do whatever the fuck you want. Like, I'm not sitting here trying to tell people, oh, it's not really a subathon and blah blah blah. That's just my opinion. You know, you can call it whatever the fuck you want. It doesn't matter to me, honestly. I'm just, who am I? Who the fuck am I? What does my opinion matter?
Yeah, it's very much just once you get over a month, that's when it gets to the point that your regular subscribers.
There's a reason
Genuine.
that I keep the subathons only a week long is because it's supposed to be a special event. It's meant to be an event, and events don't go on for like a month. Or events don't go on for like a year. That's not how it works. At least from, again, my perspective. So
I agree with the like the year. There needs to be. I would say, from my perspective,
I probably wouldn't go longer than a month.
no, a month would be the hard cap.
Yeah.
Absolute limit of what would be willing to have a continuous event for.
I like a week though because it's comfortable. And I don't know. I don't know. There might be some people who are like, "Oh, you're just trying to generate FOMO." I'm like, Kinda, but not like kind of. That's kind of the point. That's kind of it. Yeah, I mean,
That's the entire purpose of a
but
sub,
that's the
but
whole reason we do different things during that time period too, is because it's meant to be like we're gonna do Power World, yeah, but like we're not gonna just do Power World because otherwise, what's the difference from our normal streaming? Know what I mean?
Yeah.
So we're adding in more things, we're playing different games, we're getting the community more involved, that kind of things. Playing games that you guys can play with us because that's not normal. That's not what would be our normal stream.
We theoretically could be a bit more work because you have to save and load and like download. We theoretically could take Power World with the community. We just have to, save house builders and everything.
No. Basically, we don't have a big enough community to justify that, considering that, I mean, we do have some players, we do have some people that are playing within the community, but I'm going to say people that are more consistently here.
Yeah.
And then people who aren't more consistently here, I don't know them, so I wouldn't do that right now. That's going to be more of like, it's not a gift sub kind of playing along with or anything like that. If we did a server that we had with the community, it would be you need to be a recurring subscriber kind of thing.
Yeah.
Because otherwise you'd have access to, like, if you just get it from a gift sub or something, then you're gonna have access to the server, and then once your subscription runs out, then it's kind of like the difference between like, it's like, how do I explain it? I think the only person who I would give it to that wouldn't necessarily by Twitch standards be considered a recurring subscriber would be Jessie, but only because like she is a recurring subscriber, but she uses Prime. Twitch would not consider her because she uses Prime to be a recurring subscriber, but she is a recurring subscriber. So
it would be a subscriber that's renews all the time.
yeah, it needs to be somebody that I can trust is going to be like, because basically it's going to be like, hey, you're helping us pay for this server, so you can play on it with us. That kind of deal.
Yeah.
And paying for a server is a monthly recurring cost. So it's not something that I could just be like, oh, everybody who's gift sub can join. And it's expensive to run a server, dude. It's expensive. We just have the two of us on here. And it's like the lowest amount of people on here right now. And it's already not that, I mean, it's not super expensive. But like I said, it's only the two of us. We'd need to get a much larger server. I've done some research through Nintendo because I wanted to figure out how much it would cost to run ARC servers, because I was having some problems with the server I was in, and I was like, I'll just make my own kind of thing. They can get hundreds of dollars, even more so, depending on the size that you want, and depending on like how big Power World becomes a part of our community. It could explode in either a good or bad way, and so we've just got to be really careful with it.
Yeah.
We could have it to where, oh, we've got all these things built up really nice, but also then somebody else got on the server and bred up or has 17,000 Lulus and suddenly, crashes the fucking server because they're doing stupid shit.
Yeah. Yeah, it
like we were just talking earlier about how, when it comes, we're a little annoyed about the fact that Lulu and Cornelia aren't capped.
Yeah.
Because it says look, their things are fills the farm with good spirits, increasing the growth rate of crops by 55%. That's just one Lulu.
You could
and that's a 1-star Lulu. Imagine
up to like 50. And there's mods where you
meteorite. Oh my god, it's a meteorite. It's a meteorite. I wasn't expecting a meteorite this early.
Oh, that should have been a supply drop.
Yeah.
Hey, I guess that's not counting. I'm actually gonna check the odds now.
Don't. No, no, no. You can do that. That's fine. Sorry, I was looking for Bobbit. We must go acquire Celine. Please, Celine. Please. Hold on. Let me make sure. Okay, look at this. 30% chance of increased chance of encountering pals with the same passive skill as this pal. Swift and remarkable craftsmanship. We want remarkable craftsmanship. Please, for the love of everything that is holy, please. You bitch. Get him. Bleak stroke. Fabulous. Exactly what I wanted. I wanted her to be really good at swimming.
Last time I went back
This
to
game. I hate this game. I love it, but occasionally I have to say I hate it when something annoying happens. I can't fucking get remarkable craftsmanship on her to save my fucking life.
Okay, so it looks to be the no information anywhere on it. But there's talks about it being a 50-50 split a year ago. So we've just, you can get lucky or unlucky.
Yeah, okay. I mean, I could see it probably still being a 50-50 split. But that does mean I gotta pay more attention. Anyways. I know. He's like, bruh. I'm like, I know. I'm gonna find somebody to raid out too. Guys, not because I don't love being here, because I do, but my tummy hurts, and it's not been feeling great. We'll get to raid Pam today. No, she's ready to. Never mind. I knew she was gonna be off earlier today too. This person's playing again. I could have raided him again. She seemed nice.
Who did?
The baker girl from yesterday.
Yeah.
I'll raid her again.
Oh,
Did she?
yeah, she was in the stream while you were asleep.
Oh, that's nice. I'm gonna raid her again.
For a while.
She seemed nice?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, great.
Very nice.
Here's your raid message. Here's your sub raid message.
Thank you, everyone.
Neither one of those is working, it seems. Oh, there we go.
Oh, it's just slow.
Raid. We are gonna raid the baker again. Go say hi. Spread some love. We don't typically like raiding somebody back to back, but I don't know. She seems cute. And so yeah. I'll see you guys later. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. And I know the mountains are gone, okay? Do you not like my face like this? I love being a cogwheel. Leave me alone. I love you. Bye.
Yeah, thank